$500 turbo.
Is it a freeze out?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I could be wrong, but all I know is it's 30-minute blinds, and you get the bracelet tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll make it over there, but I might. I might even play as Venetian one day too. We'll see how this shit goes though.
Are we like on the dot starting?
Yeah, if you can come in late. It's fine.
One more bite. Fuck it. I'm good.
Welcome to the Venetian Las Vegas. This is the Deepstack Championship Poker Series, and today it's the $1,600 buy-in seniors event. 1,395 players ponied up the cash. Only 7 remain, and they are eyeing the $263,000 first place prize. Everyone left is guaranteed a bit over $40,000. My name is Donnie Peters. I am joined by gold bracelet winner Tristan Wade.
Yes, sir.
From left to right around the table, we have Gary Gelman, Darren Utley, Mohamed Mamouni, Mark Winchell, Frank Harrington, Stuart Pfeifer, and Anthony Weise. I believe Anthony goes by Tony. There you see the screen, the payouts on your screen. $263,000 and change up top. $43,000 and change is what is guaranteed. Tony Weise is the big chip leader. 86 big blinds to work with, $21.5 million. Steuart Feifer and Mark Winchell have some work to do, both working with about 14 big blinds right now.
And that is a pretty massive chip lead, right? There's 56, 57 million in play, and he's got 21.5 million. It's a good place to be.
All right. Well,
Why is
play
where
ball.
he's at, man. Good luck, guys.
Here we go.
Good luck,
Yeah,
guys.
good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everyone. Let's go.
That's right.
Gotta go like this. Oh, man, I didn't even look at my damn cards first.
Frank Harrington over there with the jewelry,
Oh, yeah, you-
and the hat is known as Skull Man.
Skullman. Actually, I have a T-shirt in my car
Man,
to
I gotta
give
come
him.
back.
No lie. I swear to God.
What?
I swear to God. It just randomly becomes a thing. But I have a Robert Graham T-shirt that I bought with a skull on it, and my fiance's like, "You can't wear this. You got to take this back." And that time to take that back has expired. So I think he would like this because there's a big ass skull on it.
There you go.
So hopefully I can get it to him, before he heads out. And that's how the universe works right there, Donnie.
It is.
Can you
It is.
believe that?
So Darren Utley here opening with a raise to 700K. We are playing 150K, 300K on the blinds to start. He's got 10-9 suited.
There are a couple short stacks, right? We see 2 players with only 11 big blinds. So in this kind of setup, you might not even want to play anything that doesn't have a high card in it, like an ace or a king, or just tighten your range completely. But let's see how Pfeifer responds here, because this is not what you want. You don't want one of these short stacks to move all in on you when you have 9-10 suited here with pay jumps and all that. But first hand, there's got to be some jitters and nerves, of course.
Pfeifer wearing a patch for the business that he owns as he jams all in. Quick fold out of Utley,
Told
that
ya.
business. Lag
You do that
Strategy,
shit.
they are a
I'm telling you.
crisis PR firm.
Not the first
Stuart
thing.
Pfeifer out of Pasadena, California. Former LA Times reporter
man.
for many
I
years,
would've did
has
the
written
same
about
shit, but you
poker
sat
in the
behind me.
past.
Couldn't do nothing.
He is the owner of one WSOP circuit ring, has
I had to hand it, do it.
$244K in earnings total.
And you knew he had
And
a hand
Utley
too, right?
raise fold in the 9-10 suited, like, look, fine.
Behind you.
Understandable,
Up there.
right?
Wow.
As
Up
we
there.
see Mr. Scully.
I love it. Frank Harrington out of Manchester, New Hampshire.
I woke up today, man. This tournament's mine. Doesn't matter how many stacks chips you have. Doesn't matter.
Oh, shots fired
man.
if you
There we
ask
go.
me.
Tournament
Oh,
is
man.
his. Everyone,
Oh, man.
everyone
All
go
two days.
home.
Oh, man, all the way to
Everybody
the
go
end, man.
home. Frank's taking it
All
down,
the way to the
guys.
end.
Boxers here. They
Playing
like
for
that.
second.
Take
Not
it to the
today.
floor.
You'd think this is a seniors event, but this is a very spirited
anymore.
final table
Yeah,
here
not anymore. These are done.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
with Mr. Harrington bringing the energy. Love to see it. Skullman. I feel like you got to read that, like, you know, Skullman. All right, but
Get a limp here from Pfeifer.
the chip leader, definitely with a hand he's going to raise. Pfeifer only sub 15 bigs. You could just put this all in pre, but we're just going to ISO.
Gets it done there. Diamond Harrington in
You
the
took
chat
my
says,
advice from
Skullman is
yesterday.
my dad.
Huh?
There you
Sick.
go.
My advice.
Diamond
go.
Harrington, look, I hope your dad's around. I'm in the booth right now, but I do have this T-shirt for your dad. I think he could. I think he'll wear it. I think it fits. So anyway, I'll try to find him after the final table if he's still around. If not, reach out to me and I'll get it to him. As we see player bio for Anthony Weise right there, the chip leader. Favorite player, Shannon Shore, 450K in poker earnings.
We'll be introducing the players as we go, or get into the mix with calling the action here. Very big field in this one for the seniors event, 1,395 entries.
Huge. And this is the first big spot here for Harrington. Now, typically at a final table, you probably just want to fold these kind of hands at this stage, but I don't, you know, I don't blame him if he wants to play it either. It's a spot where you could steal here on the cutoff. And look, we got the ace of spades.
Forgot something, man. I totally forgot I had that son of a gun, man. I definitely had to bring him out.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, he's still got cards.
Action over
We
to
still got some.
Gellman here in the big blind. He's got King Jack suited.
He made it 7.
Gellman from Ukraine, excuse me, but
71.
lives in Florida. He's in the jewelry business. He's got the Ukrainian flag there draped over him.
700.
I did see Eugene
7.
Kachalov outside the
7
room
wrong,
when I walked in
right?
today.
700.
700,000. We're good to go.
And this seems like a pretty natural confrontation here. King Jack suited. What else would you want to do? Side call, see a flop.
Queen 7-3 rainbow. There is one spade. Gellman with the King Jack of spades kind of wrapped around that Queen of spades.
Yeah, 3 to the royal for Gellman.
Bet 600.
This might be a safe enough flop where he just gets to take this. With
He
a
did
bet.
say he woke up and this was his tournament. Now this is his hand as far as he's concerned. 600K.
And this is tough if you're Gellman. Your opponent's should have a pretty strong range here to be raising on a short stack you with the
Nice
flop.
hand, man.
In terms of live tournament earnings, Gellman has the most at this table, 1.1 million in earnings. He has a score of $202,000 in 2022, an $1,100 event here in Vegas. He also won a circuit ring at Pompano Beach in, I don't have the year. I didn't write that down, for 100K in the past.
It's okay, Donnie. You're usually on point. So if you miss a date,
I don't know why I
We'll
didn't write the
forgive you.
date down. I wrote the date down for the other one. I mean, it's just oversight by me. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're good.
Shout out to everyone who is tuning in on Poker Go on Venetian Poker Live. Tristan and I are coming to you straight from Las Vegas here at the Venetian. The
I want them
Deepstack
greens.
Championship Poker
want
Series
these?
I
is
gotta figure out how
running
to get 'em.
Oh, you gotta
strong.
put chips over that white line if you want them.
I know.
and running strong is an understatement. Look how many entries we had in this
That's
event,
probably not gonna get
right?
'em by folding.
1,600 buy-in,
I'm
2
working up
million
to it, man.
guaranteed.
Working up to it.
And how many overall runners? Where am I looking?
1395.
1395. That
Yes,
is
for sure.
pretty incredible.
Action here folds over to Gellman in the small blind. King 8. He's only got Utley left to act in the big.
High card high card kind of stuff, this seems like a good spot to come in for like a semi-bluff raise. If you get called, you've got enough equity with king 8, and you'd hope your opponent just folds. But Utley, with a directly connected hand in the big blind, let's see what he wants to do.
Utley gives it up. Gellman takes it. Utley out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He is an 8-time Iowa Golden Gloves champion.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
I'm already
That is
vertebrae.
crazy.
Crazy, right? It really is crazy. All the different people that you see at the poker table come from all different walks of life. Utley won titles across multiple weight classes, from 125 pounds up to 200 pounds.
It's too bad we can't hear the announcers, right?
Yeah, right.
That would be fucking.
He was also
talking shit
inducted
about
into
us,
the
you know?
Iowa Boxing Hall of Fame.
They just add that later. Oh no, I guess it happened.
So not somebody you want to tango with at the poker table. I see some of these poker fights happening online. That's not the kind of guy you want to slow roll. Might knock your ass out. 8 golden gloves in the state of Iowa. That's unbelievable.
If you guys haven't done so already on YouTube, be sure to hit the like button. Let's start driving up this engagement as we go. Fun final table here.
You know, guys, I'll do any kind of chop, but I want the trophy.
Chop talk already announced.
From one of the shorter stacks. That is awesome.
want
I
the
love the
trophy.
energy.
Well, I just want to have to go with my other collections, man.
Gellman here
I don't have
finds
a
ace-king
win
on
or
the
a
button.
Venetian, or I don't have one of their trophies yet.
Raise to 800.
And you can tell who the boxer is here because he's got the biggest knuckles.
There is that trophy, the winged lion. Gonna go to the champion of this event.
I mean, I'm going to win this shit anyway, though it doesn't matter. I'm just saying. I'm willing to chop, but I want trophy.
Okay, 2 pretty good hands here when we look at wide range spots. Button versus big blind.
Call.
Premium on the button and a pretty good hand in the big blind to defend queen 9 suited.
Ukraine versus France on this one. Mamouni out of Paris, a businessman.
Check.
He is already making his largest live tournament score, just reaching this final table. And here he flops the best of it with top pair, goes check, check, and he's going to lead the turn.
That's 700.
700K.
And I kind of like how Gellman's played this. I think a lot of people would just auto c-bet the 9-5-4 board, but when you have ace-king no heart, it seems like a reasonable check back. And now when the other heart comes on the turn, maybe we get away with minimal damage here.
There is the fold
We've been
from
in trouble
Gellman.
here, man. That king 9, king of heart.
Skullman,
Been big.
that's Frank Harrington, the player who's been the most talkative at the table so far. I mentioned that he's from Manchester, New Hampshire. For some reason, people from Manchester, New Hampshire like to refer to it as Manch Vegas. Being from New Hampshire myself, I feel like I can speak on this. I have no idea why they would ever call it Manch Vegas, but it is what it is.
How do you get that? What is so? Can you explain Manchester, New Hampshire for people who haven't been up there? Because
I mean, there's not much in New Hampshire in general.
right. So how the hell do you connect
Manchester
Vegas?
is somewhat of a bigger city. I'm throwing up air quotes if you want to call it that in New Hampshire. But yeah, they do have an airport. That's a plus.
Okay. Well, Vegas has an airport too.
No, but Skullman, prior biggest score was 26K, so he's making his biggest score here, making the final table and guaranteed 43,000. Pfeifer with the raise here, 600K.
Raising the other short stacks big blind, who now wakes up with a pretty good hand, ace jack offsuit. This is trouble.
All in.
All in.
And there is the jam.
Pfeifer can't love this because the big blind's going to have
call,
the
right?
strongest range to move all in with because they were most incentivized to just call and see the flop. But
Don't you like
if he
that?
does put the chips in, he's really going to like this situation, having his opponent dominated ace-queen versus ace-jack. But he's taken some thought because he knows that this is not a bluff. This is never really a bluff.
Yeah, and Winchell's probably
Three-
bottom
3
of range here. You know,
150.
the ace jack off.
3,075,000.
I mean, maybe ace 10 off,
3,075,000.
king queen, but it's all still right in that
Yeah.
wheelhouse. Like he's not
3075.
he's not just in there with like a7, you know.
Yeah. And again, it's a spot where he could have just called and saw a flop. So for him to want to wager his 10 bigs here, you know he's got something pretty good. But, you know,
Good luck, man.
got to run it.
There is the call from Pfeifer. Winchell's going to see the bad news that he is dominated. He's the player at risk. Skullman's standing up because he knows he's facing about a $13,000 pay jump if the ace-queen holds.
All in.
Skullman kind of looks like, you know, the conductor of the like, what am I thinking, Donnie? Not the zoo, not the circus kind of. Right? Like he's overseeing the table.
Yeah.
He's got his. Anyway.
8-3 deuce.
The ringleader, right? Ringman.
The ringleader, I believe.
Ringleader of the circus.
7 of hearts on the turn. That's another heart. Look at those outs. Grow quite nicely for Winchell. Still needs the hit though.
Everyone's rooting for the heart.
No chop outs, but
10 on the river. We are going to lose Mark Winchell. Winchell out of Florida. He's retired. $250,000 in earnings prior to this score, so he's going to add another $43K on top of that.
So be it.
Never easy.
Said that his plans with the money were
No,
he's going to play more poker. Let's go.
that's what you do. Yeah, good game, Mark. That's just pretty unlucky there.
Never easy.
I'm not sure else how you could have managed. You only got 10 bigs, so that's really tough.
Oh, I know.
Just to make you sweat.
So I'm big blind by myself.
Yep. You're on your own.
You guys heard this,
Okay.
right? I'm by myself.
Yep.
So there's no reason to call. No, just fold so we get to the next hand.
No value.
Exactly.
Full.
I mean, just fold.
You're-
Don't even look. Just fold and. Oh, is it 4?
You're a dreamer.
What do you mean I'm a dreamer, dude?
Blinds are up 200,000,
I'm just telling
400,000. The prize is up. $56,800 is now guaranteed. Pfeifer, he just knocked
No
out
money out
Winchell
there.
with the ace
None.
queen. Now he's got a couple of 10s here under the gun.
Take a break.
Let's keep the heater going.
Take an easy break, man. Look at you.
And you could tell some players, you know,
Gotta
whenever
play
you
a
have
rush
someone
on
this
you.
animated at a poker table,
that
some
rush just
people
gonna work?
embrace it,
Not.
some people hate it.
Not gonna work.
You can kind of see maybe this side of the table just not even entertaining it whatsoever.
I asked somebody yesterday, was they
Oh,
committed? Well, is you the
another
all in?
clash.
It was. I think I asked him if he was committed to this hand.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't you? Are you committed?
Yep.
Are you 100%? 100% committed to this spot?
Some speech
this
play
out.
here.
Skullman might test this theory. Skullman might look down at this hand and say, are you really committed? Because I got a monster hand too, just like you.
What'd he bet?
800.
Stacks are evened out a little bit now that the short stacks have gained some chips. So I think typically you would just be all in here six-handed with ace-queen suited and just hope that your opponent has raised folds.
Ace.
But sure, a 3-bet seems like fine too.
2 million.
And Harrington really putting him to the test. Are you really committed, Steuart Pfeifer?
Oh,
All in.
And there is the jam, and immediately Harrington is just like, oh my gosh.
what'd I bet?
2 million.
Look, Harrington with some serious concern here. He knows his opponent isn't full of it. But as it lies, this is a big coin flip confrontation if he so wants to take it. And this is why you kind of want to just jam all in these spots so you don't have to put yourself through the torture of debating what to do now.
Oh, you took the phones, huh? You have our phones? You have our phones or no?
So
I think
Frank
it's gonna take a
Harrington,
while, huh?
Skull Man.
Huh? He has them?
Did you wake up with fucking aces?
So yeah, there's only
You
a
have
few
to have
hands.
aces here, dude. There's no way you're gonna repop me. It's impossible. It's impossible. You have to have aces. Aces or kings, dude. 100%. Jeez, you gotta be fucking.
Well, it's neither. It's tens,
You gotta be kidding me.
and you
I
got
got
enough
what?
equity here that you should be putting your chips in and
I
making the
got 2
call.
mil.
Yeah, this is, you know, when you have an ace in your hand, that means there's only 3 ways to make pocket aces. So it's very unlikely.
Mamouni, they're having some fun with it as well.
You're gonna show me if I fold this to you, dude? And I will show you if you show me, because I think you got the aces here.
Harrington is not going to like this if he gets shown this hand, of course, knowing it's a flip.
I'd be so depressed. If
I
you
mean,
got, like,
if
fucking
you're
7s or
Harrington, do you
8s.
kind of feel like he's got like
But, you know, I'm not
queens
gonna
and
gamble
jacks?
with it.
Like the way he's
Oh, you
acting,
should.
he's only pinpointed you having aces, possibly kings.
Yeah, look, Harrington's not wrong. Like, Pfeifer has a big hand here, but it just so happens if he's going to have 10s and jacks, there's 6 combos of 10s, 6 combos of jacks.
Small blind.
If he's ever bluffing with anything else, which we see he's obviously not here, then yeah.
Don't know what you got.
But if you were going to do this, you could have just called.
Yeah.
You could have just called one big blind, saw a flop, maybe flopped a flush draw, maybe flopped an ace, and then you could feel more comfortable. So whatever, he's only put 5 big blinds in here, so it's not a disaster. But this is kind of a disaster when you have to fold your equity, seeing how close it is
Yeah,
here.
and I meant to say Pfeifer, like being worried with 10s. The way that Harrington is talking, right? It, you know, I mean, he shows it now. Oh, Skullman's gonna lose it.
So both players show their hands here. Neither was really screwing around, but
Because
Pfeifer with
if
the
you're in
best of it.
Pfeiffer's shoes and you're getting hit with this speech, you're like, oh my God, he's got jacks. Or
Right,
he's got queen. Like,
right.
please fold your hand.
Right,
You know?
right.
A small.
I was
small
under the
big.
gun.
Okay.
I was under the gun. So now
So
I'm,
you're
I'm
big,
Now I'm big.
Good point, Donnie. Yeah, like if the guy's like, you have aces, you have kings, you
Just to let
think
you guys
you
know
think
I'm
he
a
has a
better
better
player.
hand for sure.
Dude, that's parking lot hand.
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's
sorry.
true. I understand. Yeah. I don't
Parking
know.
lot
It don't
hand.
matter to me.
You ever see the bio on
That's what
Steuart
was going through my
Pfeifer? As
mind.
we mentioned, he is
Parking
the
lot
owner
hand.
of Lag Strategy, a crisis PR firm, a former LA Times reporter who has written about poker in the past. I'll let you
I've seen
guys
those,
do
dude.
it.
Thank you.
What I did before the stream,
Big
just
jam
hop onto
things there, though.
Google. You guys can type in his name, LA Times,
Ace
and
king I would've called,
put
man.
poker in
Ace
there.
king,
You'll
just
get some
fucking
articles.
just couldn't do it.
There was a fun one I read where he was talking about how he's got $1,500 in his pocket. He's going to the World Series to play. He could probably do something better with the money, but guy's a gambling man. So let's
Hey.
go.
Yeah. And here he is turning 1,600 into a lot of cash right now. Guaranteed
been in the spot.
$43,000.
A couple different times. I'm not worried about it. I'm worried about it.
Harrington keeping the energy up, keeping his positivity high.
I wasn't sure on that hand, man.
Complete.
What'd you have, ace queen?
Ace jack.
Ace Jack.
I don't raise if I have no hand because if I raise,
Also do want to point out that
Legit.
And it's much
Wise
easier if I-
has
if I
not
would've pushed
played
the
a hand.
queen.
him.
I mean, I don't
He
know if you
did.
would've called
Oh, he
it.
did.
He raised the
He-
big blind
he
when
raised once, yeah.
Pfeiffer limp.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Other than
he
that,
hasn't opened
Yeah,
a
it's
hand.
he hasn't opened
Yeah,
any
right.
hands.
I had an ace. I folded ace
Which,
king.
I wanted to point it out because he is a big chip leader here. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
times you get some of these big chip leaders, they come into
I know.
final tables when the money jumps are the biggest and they just really start applying pressure. But he's taking the other approach where he's kind of sitting back a little bit here.
I should've just smooth
Yeah, but rightfully so, right? We're only 8 hands in, and there's
the
been
flop,
action in
huh?
front of
Should've
him.
just done flop.
So I like it,
Yeah,
but
I
we'll
wasn't
see how he can
expecting that.
flex
Yeah. Thought
if
had,
he
like,
gets
what,
any
ace
folds to
jack,
him or what have
know
you.
what I mean?
And let's see what
Number
Utley's
one
going to
ace
do with
king.
ace queen suited now.
I didn't think you would do that with the small pair.
Well, I'm going to say
Just if he has
I mean,
ace
it's no
jack.
He's not
different than
folding.
sevens, tens, or I mean, any
Well, he's
pair
coming
over
with a
the
raise,
game,
but,
doesn't
you know,
matter,
we'll
but
see
yeah.
what happens if he faces any aggression. I think that's $1 million.
1 million.
1 million chips. Okay, so raising the chip leader's big blind, we do see a 2.5x open. And these are in between the line spots here with the king 9 off. Obviously, we see enough equity here, 34%. But you know the people that are raising aren't raising that light.
Oh,
I still think this is a fine call, but if you had like king 8 off, king 7 off, I think those start to hit the muck, and you really want to play like suited king X and stuff. King 10, obviously a little bit easier to make the nuts. King 9 can't really make the nuts because if it comes 10 jack queen, you're dead to ace king. But that's just me being a poker nerd and talking ICM final table calling ranges. But obviously, there's some post-flop aggression Wise might be able to apply where people have to play a little straight up against him, but we don't see that enacted here.
Utley bets the flop, takes it down, Wise out of the way. Prior to this final table today, some deep runs were had, of course. Stan Jablonski, 42nd place. Sean Bryce, 34th. Rep Porter got 17th. And John Juanda, I know we all know John Juanda. He got 14th place in this tournament. Yeah.
He's out here. I saw him go deep in the 5K seniors. He comes out here, goes 14th out of 1,400.
Got to build this back up, sir.
Okay,
Need your
Mr.
help here,
Juanda.
man.
Oh, yes.
I just had to pull
Legend.
the parking lot hand.
He can't
Going
call
all
for
in.
you.
And
He can't
excuse me,
call for you.
I said the payout's wrong. We're guaranteed 56,000
No, he can't.
because we lost a player. So we're guaranteed 57,000. Excuse me, almost 57,000.
Discard.
These are
Well, I looked at
Donnie. This
3 and I
tournament's
decided
huge.
to
This
win.
tournament is
It
huge.
is,
Like
it is.
1,600. We're gonna
the
give
piece
two
of
people 100x plus their buy-in,
We're gonna have an issue.
with the winner winning 150, nearly 150x their buy-in. Like that's ridiculous. Only during the summer do you get these kind of numbers where everyone migrates to Las Vegas to capture poker glory and all the cash. And here's a clash we might see.
All in.
So Mamouni made it 850. Harrington finds the 9s, and he goes with it for almost $3 million.
And Mamouni with one of those weaker hands in his range, but getting a really good price here. Let's see what he wants to do.
Can I have the company?
Gonna have to put in about 2 million to win almost 7 million. So the math is gonna need to be calculated here. This is all about pot odds. ICM matters a little bit, but when you have the chance to take out the short stack and gain 20,000 in real money, you don't love this, but you hope he's got a hand like he has.
Mamouni makes the call, and here we go. We are racing. Harrington, the player at risk here.
Come on, Mom.
Gellman possessing all the skulls, channeling all the skull energy, rooting for a 9, but just needs a hold.
Nine ball, right in the window, sir. Right in the window.
I have a supporter. I'm a supporter.
9 ball, right there. Bullshit.
It's a king ball instead. King 10, 8.
Maybe the turn.
Even if
Jack
he does hit a
first ball.
9,
Nine ball,
Mamouni
man.
will not be drawing dead. But more outs,
Six on the
Donnie.
turn.
Now you got a
Now
7
looking
first
for a 9 or a 7.
Wow.
He is grabbing the
7 or
backpack
9,
and all
my
his
man.
items. We've seen this happen before, Donnie. People have reversed it, exiting out. The 7 or the 9.
Jack on the
Unfortunately,
river.
not.
Mamouni's going to finish with 2 pair, kings and jacks, which means we lose Frank Harrington, a.k.a. Skullman. He's out the door in 6th place, $56,866 for
So how
him.
much to call? 2 million. you
His
know?
best
You gotta
live
call.
tournament score to date.
Yeah, that was a good call.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, hey, congratulations, Skullman. I'm still going to give you that T-shirt if I could find you,
Yeah, he
buddy.
wishes he
And-
He's always around, Vic.
We all
Okay,
Always.
cool.
Extreme
Well,
losers, though.
I got it in my car. It's waiting for
Maybe
me.
they, maybe they
Extreme
win.
losers are only talker, our only character.
Maybe they win too.
So who's gonna take his spot?
Ratings just went in the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, you got to pick it up for us. But no, and the important point here is, Skullman will look back on this and maybe rethink that ace-queen suited hand where maybe he just wants to jam that kind of stuff. Because, look, he lost 2 million there. He could have been playing a 10 or 11 million coin flip chip pot. But instead, that was a, 7 million chip pot. So, he could have took the coin flip earlier for more chips. there he took a coin flip where he didn't have fold equity, kind of. So yeah, I'm sure he'll learn, but that's a great score either way for Scullman.
Mamouni here going to get right back at it, this time with ace-8 of diamonds, makes it 850.
And he's now comfortably in second chips. Comfortable.
Action over to Utley. Can't play it.
And I really like how Utley's playing this final table. We saw him fold an ace-6 offsuit from the small blind against a button open. We see a king-7 off fold there. I think that's just really sound. I think a lot of people want to play a little more hands than they should at a final table.
You know, he waits until he starts dealing.
You know, we'll say you can make money by folding at a final table.
The game's going to go a lot faster now.
Coming up tomorrow here
will say
on
this, he
Venetian
wasn't doing
Poker
it for
Live, we'll
TV
have
time
another
because he
tournament
played
final
the exact
table. It will
same
be the
way,
final table
the
of the
last 2 days.
$2,500 buy-in. Lips
he was ahead.
Ladies High
That's just the way
Roller.
he plays. He's just
Again,
slow.
here part of the Deepstack
Right,
Championship
no,
Poker Series.
I mean,
They had
he's still- he
39
was ahead
players
with Weise.
returning today. They're out in the
Yeah.
room playing it down. They're going to try and get to a final table. And then they'll come back and battle here on stream. Just going through the chip counts that advanced out of day 1 in that event. Jamie Kerstetter bagged up a nice pile of chips. Marley Cordero, Caitlin Komeski also in there. I see Ruth Hall.
Let's go, ladies. Haley Hanna, I see her a lot.
Oh, Haley Hanna. Oh, if Haley Hanna makes a stream, it's going to be 10 times what we just saw from Scullman. In a good way. Very, very chatty, very talkative.
Serious player.
Quite in your face, but
Serious player.
I see her tweets.
all things entertaining.
Yeah, I see her tweets a lot. I don't know if I don't think I've ever met her in person, but maybe I've seen her around.
She's a ball of fire, that
I
one.
have
Yeah, it's all
the
good.
card.
I was just giving you shit.
So again, that's coming up tomorrow here on Venetian Poker Live. Same start time, 12 p.m. here in Vegas, 3 p.m. if you're on the East Coast.
Donnie, you know we're about halfway through the summer. Can you believe that? Can you believe that, bro?
Part of me thinks it's flown by. Part of me says it's gone really slow. I think
Yeah.
I'm more it's flown by than it's gone slow, but yeah, it's crazy.
I'm with you. I feel the same sentiments.
Raise to 900.
Okay, we do see the chip leader making his first V-pip in an unopened pot aside from the ISO. And this is where you can open your range, right? 4 or 5 suited might just hit the muck in a lot of spots. 5-handed under the gun with some short stacks. But when you're the chip leader, none of that matters. Play whatever you want, baby.
Exactly.
Man, Donnie, I'm just fired up. I don't know. Like, I know you're a poker fan. I'm a poker fan. The summer is where magic happens, and everyone collectively comes together to just appreciate the game. So I'm fired up every day. I get to step in the casino and be around poker. I love it so much, man.
It's like being voted off the island right there. Where your chair goes.
5 players left here from a field of 1,395 entries. We got Gary Gelman, Darren Utley, Mohamed Mamouni, Stuart Pfeifer, and Anthony Weise.
Here we go, Utley with a decent consideration here. King Jack offsuit on the cutoff.
Yeah, 15 big blinds to work with.
Raise to 1 million.
Does seem, now that we've seen it a couple times, Utley's standard open is 2.5x.
Yeah, there are some strategy talk I could get into with that. You know, the shorter your stack, the closer you probably want to be towards 2x, but he is raising the chip leader. And the idea behind lowering your open size is that if you're going to raise fold, you lose less, right? So he would save a half a big blind if he had to raise fold. But then there's some merit for why you want to do it, because you price the big blind out a little bit.
Weise here has King 10 offsuit. Giving it some thought.
Yeah, any hand that can make the nuts has to kind of call, right? You have to put in 600 here to win 2.6 million. And we do see his equity is given, you know, even though he's dominated here, he's still got enough equity to continue there. So good call by the chip leader, but troublesome.
Ace 9-7.
Check.
Now this texture should favor should favor Utley.
Yeah, absolutely. Utley just has all the big hands, the ace kings, the ace queens, where Weise is never going to have that stuff. And I mean, if you just pick up little pots at a final table as a short stack, you got to love that. We see Utley almost at 20 bigs. He's taken 2 pots off the chip leader's big blind with flop C bets.
Utley and Feifer basically tied here. Third on the leaderboard. Weise still the chip leader, but Mamouni is coming up quick. Here we see the player bio for Darin Utley. He's out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He's retired, but this guy, 8-time Iowa Golden Glove winner, also in the Iowa Boxing Hall of Fame.
Sick.
I mean, it's pretty awesome if you ask me. Absolutely awesome.
All right, so this is a spot, Donnie, where the chip leader should be flexing enormously, especially if it folds to him on the small blind, with the big blind only having 9 big blinds. Pfeifer really might want to consider how short the big blind here is and maybe not even play this hand, but he is coming in for a raise. And this is where the chip leader could pounce on all these players and just move all in. Now let's see. King 6 offsuit, kind of a weak holding to do that. If he had a King 6 suited, I think that would qualify. But Gellman with a pretty good hand here.
And he's going to go with it here.
2 point something, 2.8, I think.
And this is a great shove by Gellman because you still have fold equity. We've seen this in the first hand where there was a raise by Utley and Pfeifer shoved all in with the King Jack and got the 9-10 suited to fold. I think this is the same scenario where we're going to see a raise fold here from the Queen 4. And that's what I mean. If Pfeifer would just fold the button, small blind would have just went all in with King 6, A7 would call, and you'd have someone at risk maybe winning another $25,000. But instead, you're raising and folding probably and giving the short stack 3 bigs, 4 bigs. I mean, this would be a pretty loose call, even though we see it 60-40.
Good luck to you,
Just stay for a minute.
Yeah, we've.
And again, notice the problem here. The guy's only shoving 8 big blinds. You have to call 6 big blinds to win, what is it, 17 big blinds in the middle? But we do see it hit the
Nice
mark.
pickup.
You gotta love that if you're Gellman. You take a big pot there without running it.
Fold from Pfeifer, and Gellman's up to $4.5 million now. Still the short stack, yes, but a little bit more breathing room there.
I'm such a poker nerd, Donnie. All I want to do is talk poker.
Join the club.
I had a guy I was playing with yesterday, and he was playing the 888 online event, and he's on the bubble. Shout out to Graham, by the way. His name's Graham. He shoved the button for like 10 bigs into a short stack and a big stack and won. The very next hand, he gets 5s on the cutoff. And he's telling me, he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to shove again. And in my head, he's 3 away from the money. In my head, I'm like, I want to tell him not to do it because there's not a lot of value in picking up like 15K to your stack when you have like 65, 70K. When if you just fold a couple hands, you make, you know, whatever, 1,500.
Yep.
So, okay, we got a good shove here from the King 8 suited. It's going to take it, right? So this is the lesson I'm going to try to explain here. So he ends up going all in. You know, I couldn't tell him, right? I can't tell him what to do. That's against terms of service. Like, I can't teach the guy how to play, right? But that's how he wants to play. So he jams all in on the cutoff with 2 5s. 2 people fold. The chip leader in the big blind snaps him off with aces.
I did earlier.
And he's out the door
I did earlier.
on the bubble.
6-5 suited.
And he's like, oh, I should have raised folded. And I'm like, no, you should have just folded.
Yeah, just fold.
And the reason
I'm
why you
so-
should
I was
just
shocked
fold,
when you
and I
folded
explained it to him,
king
is like, it's
nine
not
against
worth
jack
you
three.
picking up 3 big
And
blinds there.
remember?
If you just
Oh, yeah.
fold,
Yeah, yeah.
you're going to
Seven
make the
left
money no
after-
matter what. Just
especially
wait
as
4 or
bad as
5
he wanted to
hands.
make this-
And
Same
he was
principle
thinking like half
applies
a
for these
stack
guys.
that he called
Sometimes
off.
if you
Yeah.
just fold,
Which
as we
was-
saw
And I don't
Pfeifer
know
raise
how
the
good
button,
I
if he
played.
just
I
folds
appreciated
there,
it.
the
No, no,
chip
it
leader
was-
gets
it
to
worked
apply
out,
pressure to
but
the
I'm
short stack,
saying,
and you
I don't
make
know if
money
it's a
by
good
folding.
call.
And that's just such an important concept in poker that I feel like it's taken me a long
But I
time to get
think
it through my
you
head.
know you
I've spent the
had it,
last
you
Yeah, it was just
18
kind of
months
the
studying this
situational,
stuff
'cause
because
the guy
I
was-
was
Under the
I was
button,
losing
yeah,
bubbles.
he was really
I was the
good.
one punting on the bubble, Donnie, so much. So I'm trying to help you guys out there not punt like I used to do and still do, of course, because this is an imperfect game. You're never going to figure it out. But take those little lessons with you. And shout out to my buddy Graham that I met yesterday. Again, he learned the hard way that, man. And the other thing about the 5s, because he wanted to raise fold it, as we do see a confrontation from 2 suited aces, so I will pause.
Yeah, we got Weise here, the chip leader. Raises to 900K. Mamouni comes along from the big blind, and it comes 9 high, 954. Shout out Florida.
Yeah, let's go. I love good. Let's go, Fort Lauderdale, baby, 954.
It's the only like flop that I associate with a zip code. I don't know why
Yeah,
I do it. I
that's
think it's just
funny.
because I know a lot of people from Florida.
Well, you can't get a 0 in there, and it's hard to get the 1 unless you're calling an ace of 1.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So back to what I was saying real quick. He wanted to raise fold the 5s, and I tried to explain to him, like, look, it's kind of a bad idea because when you're raising in that spot, you have top of range or bottom of range. So you have like aces and kings and ace king and queens. So you need at least a high card blocker, because if you don't have a high card blocker, and 5s just sucks because you're the big blind who has all the chips might just shove any ace or shove a suited king. So I tried to explain that concept to my buddy yesterday, and that really holds true in these spots where blockers become way more important, and having those middling cards or lower cards don't really help you in any capacity.
Yeah, early on in tournaments when you're at least 100 big blinds deep, sometimes 200 or 300 big blinds deep, and everyone is that deep, you play more of a chip EV strategy, and hands like 6-5 suited,
Exactly.
7-8 suited, all that sort of stuff, they go way up in value. Hands that you don't mind taking multi-way, hands that you could flop huge for a small price and win somebody's entire stack, like all that sort of stuff. But as the tournament goes on, as you've been outlining, Tristan, it changes. You want the high card blocker stuff, and you want to take the 6-5 suiteds of the world and throw them out the window.
Yep.
Now, I will also say that when you're somebody like Weise, who has a chip lead, you can kind of do anything. Yes, it of course benefits you to have blockers, yes, but you can also take hands like 6-5 suited and just put some pressure. And if you do get called, you have decent playability and you're holding anyway.
Yeah. So great point, Donnie. And those small connectors, like the suited direct connectors that Donnie mentioned, are great because you can call 3-bets when you're deep stacked and try to crack aces and kings and queens and ace king and what. But here, when stacks get shallower and people are playing 20 and 30 big blinds, you don't want to play the suited connectors as much. You need a blocker because those are the kind of hands you're going to get 3-bet with. You're going to raise 5-6 suited. Someone might have like an ace-10 off or a king-queen off and just 3-bet you, and now you're not deep enough to play those hands. So that's why you have this shift in holdings pre-flop and what you want to kind of register with your range as stacks get shallower.
Ace queen here for Gellman. He's got right around 13 bigs to work with.
Mullen.
Yeah, as the shortest stack, he could just jam this.
And he does.
So I think this is a good find here. Now you could also raise, but in that, when you raise, you let, maybe these players realize their equity with queen 10 suited or whatever the big blind's going to have. But when you jam with like your harder to play hands. So if this was ace queen suited, I say raise it. But if this is like your 7s, your 8s, your 9s, your ace queen off, your ace jack off, whatever, you can just stuff that, of course.
Both the blinds into the muck, and it's another pickup for Gellman. He's up to 6.3 million now. He will be in the big blind on this hand, but
And we got 3 of the remaining 5 just all hovering around 15 big blinds.
The haves and the have-nots.
Yep.
Nick in the chat said the best
You know,
part
this one guy
about
said
this
one time,
is that I get
I
to
lived in
refer to
Ukraine
my
for
dad
5
as a
years, and,
senior.
I used to
He's
play
gonna
with
love
this
it.
guy all the time.
Tread carefully, sir.
So he goes, it's easier for me to beat up Mike Tyson in the ring than to get chips out of you.
I wouldn't take that side.
Which, Tyson? Yeah,
Yeah.
literally, I mean, not
Yeah.
in his prime, I'm sure you would.
Yeah, yeah.
Raised to 850.
Now you look like a bum against that.
Yeah, he's just old. Yeah, what are you getting?
Okay, so this is a pretty interesting spot. You got second in chips, raising the cutoff, and you got one of these middling pairs. You got fold equity, you got a pretty good hand. This is probably one of the worst pairs I would start jamming in this spot, but a jam is a consideration. Not saying you need to, but it's a
That's
consideration.
why I was shocked. I was shocked that, you know, and during the fight, he had plenty of chances.
Some
to
boxing
hit him,
chatter
just,
over there between Gellman and Utley.
They're just a money grab.
Oh yeah, of course. for
$2
both of
million
them,
out there
you
to
know, I
pick
mean,
up.
More for Tyson than the other guy, because the other guy.
Calling in these spots are I don't love calling. I feel like calling's my
would imagine
least
it's
favorite
already-
option here
as
because
it is,
you let two other players maybe in the pot or
Yeah, some
push
of
you
those
off your
boxers
hand.
got ripped off so bad by the managers. and
You're
stuff,
not
so
deep
it's hard
enough to
calling.
set
And you're not
mine.
deep enough
you
to set
know,
mine.
Sixes are there's the jam.
Sports guys also.
So I really like this.
Yep. And sixes are kind of tricky to play post. It's just you're not. They're gonna flop a lot of overcards a lot, and then you're just kind of in no man's land. You could have the best hand, yes, but if your opponent just decides to fire a continuation bet, you're kind of handcuffed. Action back over to Mamouni. He's gonna give it up.
Nice hand.
That's a
good-
great result for
Yep.
2 sixes. That's really the only result you want. You don't want to get called there. We saw it was a coin flip, but you just don't want to get called there. But if you are called, you are going to be coin flipping most of the time. And then, yeah, sometimes you're going to run into a bigger pair, but that probably happens least frequently.
Went shopping already, huh?
Rhonda Utley in the chat
Yeah,
says,
brother.
"Go Darren."
Bought new shoes.
I'm assuming because of the last name and the rooting
So you can
interest,
stand for a long
Rhonda is
time, maybe.
related.
Watch your play
So
all day.
that's great to see. Players right now guaranteed $75,400. Right around $26,000 is the pay jump. The top 4 will be getting at least 6 figures.
900,000.
King 10 here on the button for our chip leader, Tony Weise. He makes it 900K.
And that's a spot with king 10 off. You could just jam. You know, you got 15 big blind stacks in the bigs. I mean, it's a little aggressive, but I think that hand class would just start to kind of make it in there. But, you know, I mean, I need to stop talking poker, Don. I can't help myself, man. I can't help myself.
Taylor asked, what's the lowest age you can enter this tournament, being a seniors tournament? 50. You have to be 50 years old to get in there. The seniors events always draw very, very well. Rhonda says, that's my brother. And then she says, dating was tough.
Oh, my
But
God.
he just beat everyone up that you tried to bring home? What? Glad to have you, Rhonda.
Rhonda, let out all your concerns and past troubles with your brother right now. We'll address him on stream while we're locked behind closed doors in an armored room.
Small blind here for
freezing
Utley.
in here,
He's
no? How
got
you guys don't wear,
5-4
like,
suited.
I have a sweatshirt in my bag, but
You're not cold? On this
I'm
side,
still
it's
okay.
not. On this side, maybe it's blowing more on this side.
As we see, anyone who's played in
Yeah,
this
'cause my
stream
hands are
room,
frozen.
Gellman is over where the AC
you have air
blows.
conditioning coming
Right?
down.
Yeah, that's why.
No seat changing.
Buy-in for this
All right.
tournament was
You gotta
$1,600.
think,
$2
though. Yeah, I
million
got a good
prize
one.
pool is what these guys are battling for. Well, the remaining part of the $2 million prize pool, of course. A raise there from Utley gets it done.
Oh, you talked him into putting the coat on.
SKDH says, where are you reading chat, if not
I'm
on
probably
YouTube?
an hour
I'm reading multiple
later,
chats.
I
There
will.
are we're on the Poker Go YouTube channel. We're on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, which everyone should subscribe to because we are very, very close,
Really
about
short
100
section
away
over
from
there.
9,000 subscribers. That's the Venetian Poker Live channel on YouTube. Also airing on Poker Go. So multiple chats running. But the most important one is, of course, the Venetian Poker Live channel as we are coming to you from Venetian. I mentioned earlier, another final table tomorrow. Same start time, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. here in Vegas. It'll be the ladies Lips High Roller, $2,500 buy-in there. They are playing that down to the final table right now in the main room. They'll get to a final table of 7. They'll come on back tomorrow, and they will battle for the title. So back-to-back final tables. This Deepstack Championship Poker Series is going to run right now through July 31st
Yes,
I'm good.
at
It's good.
Venetian.
On this side, can
The
you
series
control
had
like the
nearly
sides?
$21 million in
It's
total
cold
prize
here,
pools.
it's warm
Buy-ins
there.
were as low as $200, so very accessible, all the way up to $5,000. On the schedule are 9
You guys are
live stream
fine?
final
Yeah,
tables. We
all
have
right.
It'd be a little
completed
chilly,
a
but-
couple
Yeah,
of those
I'm
already,
fine,
but
Perfect, yeah.
as mentioned, tomorrow we got the
Yeah,
Lips
just
Ladies
decide.
High Roller
I'm fine.
coming up on June 29th.
I
The
gotta-
$1,600 buy-in,
keeps you up,
Ultimate
yeah.
Stack, $1.5 million guaranteed final
We
table.
need something to keep us up.
There's another seniors event running
Adrenaline,
July
maybe.
7th through 11th. There's the 5K WPT
I foul.
Venetian
Party
with a
foul.
$4 million
Where's my
guarantee
outs?
that
Right
runs
is right.
July 11th through
Sorry.
17th. So a lot of stuff happening here at Venetian in the summer. Place is jam-packed, nonstop.
That was the better
And
one
when
I
the
just
tournaments
did.
aren't running, there's cash games wall to wall. Every table's filled. It is really wild stuff.
900,000.
Two chip leaders here. The idea would be maybe I can take flops. This would probably be the worst hand I would consider calling against a button open, 4-5 off here, 1 versus 2. But the idea is, hey, he might play a little passive against me since I'm the chip leader. But we see him just exit, and I think that's fine as well. And Mamouni having a
Doing
good
sign
time.
language? Sign language?
Yeah.
You know that, yeah.
That's his fan club.
Yeah.
Every time he says, oh,
Lucky, lucky.
monster, monster.
I'm trying to figure out.
We'll see it soon.
Yeah.
That's right.
We've got the audience out there. Window shoppers. Utley with the king queen off. This is definitely one of those hands you want to come in with a raise.
Raise to 900,000.
And Gellman only working with 11 big blinds behind against under the gun open, which is actually the hijack in this spot since we're only 5-handed. You probably just want to defend your big blind with the suited aces. This is probably not the guy you have fold equity against,
tough one.
although maybe this is the one spot you do. But typically your suited aces here want to call and see a flop. This is tough too because you don't have a whole lot of chips, but when you think about it, you get to put in 500K here to win 2.4 million, and if you flop anything decent, you get to roll with your hand. So your equity realization, aka like playing your hand to the river, becomes really easier because you can check raise all in. Whereas when you're deeper stacked, you don't get that flexibility as much. And we see Gellman get out flopped here by the king queen.
top pair, second best kicker for Utley. He's going to continue with 700,000.
It's close. It had to have been really close.
And well played here by Gellman. Like, whatever. We see him lose the pot, but he only lost one more big blind. He still got 4 million, and yeah, nothing else really he could have done here aside from try to see a flop. Hit an ace, flop some clubs, flop a draw, whatever.
Yeah,
He's going to see the king right there.
I'm under
So
the gun,
Nick,
you
who
think
I
I'm
said
under the gun
earlier
right there?
can now refer to
That's why he
his
don't-
dad as a senior,
Yeah,
is
yeah.
now
I
saying that
think
Darren is
if
his
you
dad.
were-
So we got the
another
sister,
position.
Rhonda.
Nice.
We
Yeah.
got
Thank you.
the son,
Would you have-
Nick,
I'll take
in the
that.
chat. He also said dating also hard on this end.
No.
No, I saw you.
Darren Utley, chip count currently
I'm saying,
8.1
yeah,
million.
Call 5 million with king
Okay.
queen.
Appreciate everyone who is tuning in, no matter where you are tuning in from.
Okay.
And then speaking of that, let us know where you're watching
Yeah,
from.
sometimes you can, sometimes not.
Drop your location in the chat. We'll read some of them out, see where you guys are tuning in from. I know it's about 1 p.m. here in Vegas, but it feels like morning. You know, anytime pretty much I'll say 4. Feels like morning during the summer in Vegas.
You're not going to hit them with the LWB?
I didn't want to
Your
do that. I
famous-
didn't want to do that today.
Your famous LWB?
I got to mix it in.
Okay,
you know?
no problem. We'll another stream, guys, join us to find out what
Yeah,
that
you know,
acronym means.
Pfeifer here finds the ever so pretty ace king of spades.
That's the hardest hand to make in poker, actually. The highest value hardest hand to make. Only 4 ways to make it. There's 6 ways to make pocket aces. So no more poker nerd stuff for you guys out there.
That's why you should never fold ace king suited.
Yeah.
No action there.
Great fold by Gellman, by the way.
If I had the same hand last time that I had this, I would have went.
All right, looks like we got some
Also,
locations
ace,
rolling in here. London,
ace four
San
suited.
Antonio,
But here
Portland,
I had
Maine,
like an
Perth,
ace, but worse
Australia.
ace than ace,
Yeah.
ace 4.
Illinois, Louisiana,
And it wasn't
Hamburg, Peru.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're worldwide, baby.
We got the Netherlands as well. Just north
Yeah,
of Vegas.
Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong.
Columbia. Sin City NV saying afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you as well. Alabama also in the chat. Iowa. Love to see it.
Donnie, how surprising was it?
Lot of love.
The weather in Vegas yesterday.
The past like 2 days, I feel like hasn't been absolutely scorching
Yeah.
my face off.
Yeah, and even at night, I was driving home. It's like 75 degrees
Yeah.
at night. I'm like, what is happening? Why?
It was very good.
Yeah, it was so nice.
I would double down.
Yeah, because the 5 or 6 days before that, it was like
Might you add
110,
it up?
115. It was, I
11.
mean, you couldn't even go outside. It was wild.
3 off.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Just ace.
Still 5 players left
Just
here.
said one of the aces.
We lost Mark Winchell first. He went out in 7th place for $43,000. He was followed by Frank Harrington, a.k.a. Skullman, who busted in 6th place for just shy of $57,000. The final 5 are guaranteed $75,400. That man right there, Tony Weise, is the current chip leader. Weise is from Washington State. He is a retired financial advisor with $450,000 in live tournament earnings. He final tabled the WSB Seniors event in 2014, took 4th for $206,000. So quite the Seniors tournament player is that Tony Weise. Deb says Senior Rapids, Iowa in the house. Obviously repping Darren Utley. Minimum age in this one is 50 to play in this one. South Central PA, it's 98 there? What the hell? God said some of these guys look young. Yeah, I mean, I think generally speaking, people are looking a bit younger if you just take kind of halfway decent care of yourself these days.
Yeah, like 50 is not that old. I mean,
No, it's really not.
like
I'm almost 50. I
yeah,
feel
we're
like.
approaching 50, Donnie. Like, shoot. No, we're not that old, but like, I don't know, man. We hope that the average life expectancy is up, right? And that we're just getting healthier and, you know, 30 is a new 20. Hopefully 50 is a new 40. And yeah, man, like, what else can we say?
Not greedy, just one word. One,
Seems reasonable.
right?
I think so.
5-6 suited
Some
here.
people
Typically
say,
want to
I used to
limp with
double
these kind of
3 times,
hands.
but
Don't want to really be raising the
Just
chip
one.
leader. But you could limp and then call a raise. The problem with this hand is if you raise and you get jammed on, you lose all the equity that you might be able to realize with it. But let's see what the chip leader wakes up with in the big blind here.
1,500,000.
And also when you limp, you can limp call and play a smaller pot. Here with an offsuit ace, this should just be all in here. You should have disregard for this raise, even though it's scary. With an ace and your opponent only having 15, 16 big blinds, I think you just rip it in here and you don't even question it, especially the ace-8.
Weise in the tank here, trying to figure out what to do, solve this puzzle. That patch on Pfeiffer's shirt is not how he plays. I mean, he might play loose aggressive, but that is the name of his company, a crisis PR firm, which happens to just coincide with a strategy in poker. You can play loose aggressive, and there is the jam from Weise. He finds it.
Great find.
Tristan is ready to just
I'm
stand up, give him a round of applause over here.
I told you I'm fired up today, man. Like, that's just so hard to find, Donnie. Like, I can't stress this enough. Like, when someone raises big in spots, you have this fear that sets into you. Like, oh, crap, they have a hand. I might, you know, just get it in really bad here. And we see him overcome maybe those thoughts of doubt and just jam it. And that's why you just got to play a strategy that's sound and not think like, oh, they got aces or kings here, like we saw kind of earlier today from Gellman. Like, you can't just put people on 1 or 2 hands. You got to think about an overall strategy. And yeah, that's why I'm so excited. And here, the folds around to the chip leader in the small blind. Big blind only has 10 big, so we could be all in here with like such a wide range of hands. And then if you wanted to trap, you could call and trap with like your 8s plus. But we're going to see a raise. Raise strategy comes from maybe your middling, like your weakest middling stuff that you're fine to raise fold with. And we do see that with the queen 3. But I think queen 3 could have just stuffed it, to be honest. It's probably going to have enough equity. But raise fold takes it, gets the queen 4 to fold. So the idea there for Weise is basically like he can raise and then fold to a shove. But I would argue if you just jam, you're going to have enough equity when called. And that way you don't have to fold if you get jammed on. But anyway, that's a fine strategy too, to raise your crap like that. I'm on the coffee. I've been playing poker every day for the last month straight. Like, obviously, I'm like Neo in the Matrix dodging bullets. I'm here. I see just 0s and 1s everywhere. I dove into Agent Smith's body. I exploded him, and then I came out, and I just see everything so clearly now, Donnie.
See if this is the one. This
Yep.
might be the one. I have a feeling.
Is it the one?
It could be with a king. Honestly, you're the shortest stack. I think a king qualifies. It's good enough, although you hate looking at the deuce with it. But good
All
job,
right, let's
Gellman. You
see.
got to go with it. And this is the one.
I got a calling card.
That's an
That
ace.
means he looks at the ace first.
Yep.
I call.
Got to call. This is just the confrontation that has to happen here.
Utley calls with the ace-7. He's looking for the knockout punch here against Gellman. Gellman at risk.
Gellman trying to warm up a little bit with the Ukrainian flag. And is that the Venetian flying lion on his chest? Looks more like a dragon.
Jack 9-4. So far, this is clean for Utley. He is the covering stack. Gellman looking for a king or a deuce. 8 on the turn. Now it's just 1 pull, 6 outs for Gellman.
All right,
Queen
good
of
game.
diamonds on the
Good
end.
game. Good game.
We lose Gellman
Good game.
in 5th place.
Good game, man. Nice playing.
Well played there. Came in as a short stack, laddered up a little
Good
bit.
luck.
And yeah, I think that was
game,
very
good
well
luck.
played final table by him.
Gary Gelman out of Ukraine, now resides in Florida. He's in the jewelry business. He's going to be taking home $75,400 for his run. And that leaves us with 4 players
Excellent
remaining.
call.
Everyone is guaranteed 6 figures.
He's in that pretty
$101,220 is the
Still
current
gambling, though. He
payout.
isn't that big a favorite no matter what he has.
Sick. That's just, man, if you can win 100K in a tournament, it took me 12 years into my poker career, I think, to win 6 figures in a tournament. 11 or 12 years to win 6 figures, Donnie. And I was playing all the time online, which it's hard to win 6 figures online back in the day. I was playing every WSOP. I was playing other big events. Not saying I'm some measuring stick for other people or anything, but I'm just saying how hard it is to actually capture a 6-figure victory in a tournament, especially when you're playing $1,600 buy-in. It's one thing if you're playing a 10K or a 25K, yeah, you might just cash and ladder up a little bit and win that. But 100K in one event is so hard to reach, and we see these 4 guys there right now.
Current chip leader, Tony Weise out of Washington State. He's a retired financial advisor. Then we have Mohamed Mamouni, second in chips, a businessman from Paris, who came into this final table with $540,000 in earnings. Darren Utley right there out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, 500K in earnings, does have a WSOP circuit ring. He is a former Iowa standout boxer, 8-time Iowa Golden Gloves champ. Also inducted into the
You just have
Iowa
2 sacks
Boxing
orange,
Hall of
right?
Fame.
I
And then
mean,
Steuart Pfeifer right here in the white hat.
400,000 in brown or something like that. Yeah.
He's from Pasadena, California. He's the owner of Lag Strategy, which is a crisis PR firm. He's also got a circuit
That's
ring.
4 million.
Former LA Times reporter who has written about
4.175.
poker
Thank you.
in the past. So that's our final 4. Everyone's guaranteed $101,000.
You know, I'm just curious. Lag strategy. I'm gonna look this up, but crisis PR, like,
Well, plenty of poker players get themselves into some stuff, so this is a good industry to be in. Meet some possible clients.
Right. A couple names are raffling through my head to think about who might need some crisis PR. But man, what an industry that sounds like. And look at this confrontation we might see. This is a short stack, right? Pfeifer now lowest on the totem pole with only 9 bigs, and this is unavoidable clash from 2 big hands here, if you ask me.
All in.
All in.
Ace King of Spades once again for Pfeifer.
You don't love this if you're Utley, but you don't fold either.
Well, he's in there. He's going to see that he's dominated. Pfeifer all in and at risk. Once again, Utley has his opponent covered. This time, though, he's got the second best hand.
And this is pretty unlucky with ace-jack. You could be flipping. You could even have your opponent dominated with some holdings, but we see he's currently dominated.
Heart. Heart.
10-9-9. Some chop outs now.
That is important.
All I ask is that it's a heart.
6 of diamonds on the turn, so Utley needs a jack if he wants to KO Pfeifer. 5 on the end. Pfeiffer's going to double up. Ace-king holds.
That basically flips the stacks. Now Utley's the smallest stack with 12 bigs. Pfeiffer's up to 20.
Okay, got 4.4, 25.
4.4, 25. Nice hand.
Thanks.
That's what's so crazy about these. Like if their hands reverse, same thing happens. It's just,
Well, we let the blinds get pretty big here.
yeah.
We did it to ourselves.
Pulitzer Prize winning former journalist. Did you know that?
I did not know that much.
That's
Do you know what a Pulitzer Prize is? I've obviously heard of it, but I don't.
It's a big award for journalism. It's
Okay.
like the top of the top.
Top of the top. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, that's right.
Got a raise, 1.1.
Mamouni coming in with a raise. And this is, now that you're the shortest stack, if you're Utley, this is kind of the bottom barrel hand, but obviously one you could consider calling. You could just fold this as well, but I think this is fine if you want to flick it in. So I really like how Utley's play this final table, honestly. I mean, that ace-jack versus ace-king is quite unlucky, but everything else he's doing here is great. And look at this flop. This is why you call with these kind of hands. Now, this gets tricky. If we really want to dive into the poker specs of this hand, you might just want to check call, but do you get kind of, you might get bluffed here. So check raising all in with 3x of clubs is obviously fine play here.
I'm all in.
And there it is. Utley announcing that he is all in.
And Mamouni, surprised because it's not a flop you would see the blinds want to be aggressive on because this favors Mamouni. But this is a great result for Utley.
You know what time it is?
yeah.
It's 12, I can 12:15. 12:15. And we don't have a break for another hour.
Get you.
Okay, they say it's 12:15. For us, it's 1:15 or so because we're watching on an hour delay, even though we're watching it live with everybody. So if you're in the chat or you're out there at home watching with us, with me, Tristan Wade, and Donnie Peters next to me, we're all watching it together live. Locked away in the control room here at the Venetian poker room.
The raise, 1.1.
Ace-8 here for our chip leader. Comes in with a raise 1.1. Utley finds king jack.
Go at your cards just for a second. Just checking. I just want to look at chip sets. I don't want to look at your hand.
I have almost 10.
So Utley getting a scope of the land here. Just lets it go, king jack off. I mean, I think that's a spot where we could go all in against the button. The chip leader, they're going to be raise folding a lot. And if we do get called, you know, king jack off is going to play okay, but that's fine, you know, whatever. You just won a nice little pot. You want to be a little more comfortable. And if you didn't want to go all in there, you could have
Probably
also
had
just
done that
3-bet non-all in too with some good blockers.
Yeah, I did too.
But whatever, like I said,
It would have been a good fight then.
nerding out here.
Quick ones, at least. That's what we need nowadays.
Did you record a podcast last night, Mr. Peters?
I did
Yeah,
every night.
every night.
It definitely wasn't my best effort. I was extremely tired. I'm still very, very tired today. But we did it for the people.
What were some of your topics
The
of
Poker Girl
discussion?
podcast.
You and Mr. Duck.
We talked about the guy you came in here yelling about, Benny Glauser.
Benny Glauser, man, what an unbelievable legend, huh?
Big stack. I have no idea what he's doing that with.
If you guys don't know, he's won
Just
3
watch, he's gonna get
bracelets
some
this
good
summer.
karma coming
3
out of that.
bracelets this summer for 8 total. He won back-to-back events, which is just unheard of and statistically improbable. And then he just won his 3rd bracelet the other day for 8 total. He won 2 in one summer and now 3 this summer,
gonna
and
do it?
he's still got 3 weeks left.
It's absolutely wild stuff.
I mean, Donnie, I'm just in awe of that accomplishment. Seriously, like there's no words for that. I think I don't know, man. I've been in this game for a long time. That stuff is just unheard of, unheard of. But to see that there's been other people that have done it is even more surprising,
Yeah.
right?
There's a whole bunch of people.
Did Phil Ivey win 3 in one summer?
Correct.
Phil Hellmuth won 3 in one summer.
Yes.
And there was like 2 more guys I think that have done it.
Puggy Pearson, Phil Hellmuth, Ted Forrest, Phil Ivey, Jeff Lissandro, George Danzer did it, but wasn't in the same summer. One of the ones was in Australia, and then Scott Seaver did it last year.
Oh my God, 3 in one summer. Donnie, I dream about that kind of stuff.
I just want to win one tournament.
I hear you, I hear you. It's been a while since I won one too. Well, it's been a while since I won one in January. I can't complain too much. I won one this year. But it wasn't a bracelet.
Weise here, 8-4 offsuit. He's going to attack. And Utley's going to have kind of a decision here.
I'm all in.
Ooh,
He
I
just
like
says, I'm all in. Let's go.
Look, maybe he has a read that this 4X from the small blind's kind of a BS, and we see it's a huge BS here with the 8-4 off. I think he could have saved some money. If you're going to raise, you could just make it 1.6, 1.7, but whatever. You make it 2 million, all good. But Utley with great recognition here, and to just roll with the King 10. And this is posturing from the chip leader.
I'm not gonna fight that one.
Yeah, you're not going to fight that one with 8-4. Of course you're not. But I'm still trying to win one of these Venetian tournaments, man. I might play this 1100. A single day 1100 they got running today. If we're out the booth early enough. I'm on a mission, Mr. Peters. I'm on a mission. See, you can't win a tournament because you're working all the time. All right? That's your
true.
problem.
That's true.
You don't even get to play. So you can't complain really. Not that you're complaining, but you can't even feel a way about it because you don't even get to play that much. So I understand. But I'm playing every day, Donnie.
You'll get yours.
I know. I'm
You'll
just
get
saying.
yours.
Coming.
Let us know in the chat. How often are you playing poker these days? You playing every day? You once a week? Maybe it's a home game every month, something like that. Let us know how often you get in the streets.
And Weise, clear chip leader. We see the other stacks all kind of even out. This is the nature of the tournament structure too. As blind just increase, stacks get shallower, and everyone has 20 bigs at some point in a tournament. And Weise the only one with the green chips. It's kind of funny to see that.
Weise going to stay on the gas here. Queen 9 of clubs. Looking like he's not going to get any action. stand corrected. Pfeiffer's in there with 7-6. Queen 9-6. Top 2 for Weise. Bottom pair for Pfeiffer.
Would love to see a really small bet here by Weise, but he decides just to check it back, which seems like a good option too with top 2.
4 on the turn.
Pfeiffer might think that he's got the best hand, although he's middle of range, so I love to see him check. It's not a spot where you want to start building the pot with third pair. And now Weise starts betting for value, and this is going to be tough to sniff out for Pfeiffer. Might think he's got the best of it with a pair of 6s after it goes check, check.
Pfeiffer comes along. More than 5 million in the middle. And a deuce on the end.
So all the draws miss. King, Jack, Jack 10, 7, 8, spades. But Weise with top 2, we know he's going to bet for value. Just how big, how little. You know, when you have queen 9 here, you know it's less likely your opponent has a queen or a 9. So maybe you really want to target like a 6 or a 4, or, you know, the other remaining queens and 9s.
2.7.
So I kind of love this size here. He doesn't go too big. He goes about half pot. I think this is a perfectly executed hand from Tony. Wise. Very wise here, my friend.
Pfeiffer in the tank needs to figure this one out. Do a little investigative journalism of his own.
Yes. If he calls here, he might need to call a crisis management team.
for himself.
So look, the other hands that Weise could have to check back the flop, he could check back a 9 on the flop. He could check back pocket 10s, pocket jacks. And then obviously he has some traps. Pocket queens could check back the flop. Pocket 9s could check back the flop. So if you want to think of bluffs, what bluffs does he have? Would he really just check back like ace 8 of spades on the flop and then bluff the turn? Maybe not. Maybe they'll just want to bet the flop. So he probably had like a middling strength hand on the flop. Like Jack 10's not going to check the flop maybe all that much. King Jack maybe not all that much. So this is uncomfortable because you think you're getting bluffed here, but your opponent can still have a lot of value bets that are from like, they're either middling kind of almost strong stuff or traps. But this is tough. This is definitely tough because when it goes check, check on the flop, there's that kind of deception that you might be good with third pair. And that's why we see Pfeiffer thinking through it.
And he does pay it off. 2 pair shown for Weise.
And look, that's just a well played hand
Queens and
there.
9s. Queens and 9s, Ed?
That check back on the flop earned him all that money.
Yeah, check back of the flop combined with a very clean run out. You know, Pfeiffer probably thinking, well, if he checks back and I think I got the best hand, what's a 4 going to change? What's a deuce going to change? So
exactly.
He comes with the call down approach, and now he's left with sub 10 big blinds. A little bit of a shake of the head there. Not out of it yet, sir. So get right back in there and focus and try and spin it back.
He did that all day yesterday, too.
Perfect sizing on the
skip the
river there
blinds.
from Tony.
It's effective
Yeah,
if you can get away
he's good at it, yeah.
So Utley folds a 10-9 suited. Seems reasonable here, given that you got a 10 big blind stack in the small blind. Mamouni with an ace on the button. Gonna raise. But a better ace here found by Steuart in the small blind immediately after losing this hand, and this is a welcome sight. Getting his wits about him before he says those 2 magic words.
All in.
All of
And maybe Mamouni thinks he's on tilt here, calls with an ace. Now it's only a 10 big blind shove, but you had one of the worst aces, ace-6 offsuit. And this is going to be great for Steuart. He finds himself in a great, great spot.
Mamouni doing some sign language through the glass to his supporters, showing them that he's got a 6 with his ace. That's what he needs.
Yeah, this is tough. With ace-6 off, you could have the best hand here if your opponent's shoving like Broadway hands or whatever, but we see him clearly dominated.
8, 8, 5. Another spot where there's chop outs available.
And Mamouni has a 5-6-8 working, so a 7-4-9 all increases equity.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Ten on the end. So Pfeiffer's going to double up now. The ace-queen holds. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, flipping stacks with Mamouni. Mamouni now gets down short. He's not as short as Pfeiffer was, but he is the short stack with 4 remaining.
And let's just note, Utley folding 9-10 suited there. You know, that's also why you kind of just like to not play pots. You let other people tango. And Mohamed Mamouni from Paris, he's in business. He's got 450K in poker earnings. You know, he's been playing this final table great. That's a really tough spot he just found himself in against a 9 big blind shove, a 10 big blind shove. I don't fault him at all for playing it how he did. But all good.
Hello.
Everyone, you're still in the race. You can never give up in this game. And he's got more than 10 bigs. He's got 13 bigs, so, you know, plenty to work with. But Weise in the driver's seat here. I like how Mamouni's shirt is the same color as the biggest chips we have on the table. That's just kind of cool.
Channeling it.
Yeah, that'd be something.
First walk, finally. That's smart playing, sir.
That's funny.
Okay, so if Weise is going to keep using the chips to his advantage.
We'll see what happens.
All right,
I don't know about limping. Limping's fine, of course.
Rather friendly.
But I might just keep raising, like 3x here. I think we would shed hands like 9-6 offsuit, but whatever, it's fine. Limping's cool too.
Queen Jack 5 with a couple of hearts.
And maybe when you do limp with this kind of stuff, and we do see Weise be super wise, he's just gonna bet his range advantage and hope that Utley didn't connect. And that's the other way you can flex with your chips. You can just kind of limp and then try to just fight for these small pots with small bets.
That had to be a big one there. Really good or really bad. Very polarizing.
The poker table so fascinating of an arena because you're always trying to get information from your opponents, even when you fold, even when they win, even when you don't see it. I do the same. I wouldn't stop talking to this guy yesterday after I made a big fold to him. And he still didn't tell me what he had, Donnie. But I tried.
I don't like to talk to anyone at the poker table.
You're such a nice guy, though, man. But you're a competitor. I've seen you on the soccer field. You don't mess around,
I
bro.
mostly don't like to talk to people at the poker table because I just end up in some sort of stupid argument about something that I can't take it. So I just avoid it at all costs.
I don't know if you having, you know, some kids and a family kind of calmed you down, but I remember that spirited fight you had on the soccer pitch. You did not want to mess with
I mean,
you
it's
at the
still
soccer
there.
field.
It's
Yeah,
just
I know.
not verbal.
Yeah, I know. When you bring that leg out on the soccer field, bro, like it's like in you ever see Mighty Ducks, and the guy with the knuckle puck, and everyone just gets out of his way.
Yeah.
That's what you with an open shot at the net, even from midfield at the soccer field. I seen you take some midfield shots at the.
Those are the most fun ones to try.
Yeah, this guy's a beast.
Sevens here for Utley. He is on the button.
I'm all in.
Love it. Love it. Just jam it. Sure, it seems like a big shove, but whoa. And we got the confrontation we want. But this is why you jam it. If you raise, maybe you have to fold to the shove. But when you jam it, you just run it against overcards.
Pfeifer looks down at ace-king, and he makes the call. And the cards are on their back. We got a classic flip here. Sevens versus ace-king.
These are the ones you got to win.
Yep.
And Utley said it right. These are the ones you got to win. Whoever wins is second in chips.
Utley is all in, but it's very, very close. I mean, if Pfeifer loses this one, he's going to have 4.5 bigs. (10-8-6). So far, so good for Darin Utley. There are 2 clubs present, and Pfeifer has the ace of clubs. Right now, Pfeifer needs an ace or a king. 9 on the turn. That's a straight for Utley.
Locks it up. He can only chop now.
Just needs to fade a 7. It's a 6, so the straight for Darin Utley
9-4-25.
scores him the big double up there. He's up to second in chips with 17.7 million.
And that's just, for Steuart,
8, 9,
that's just
25.
the luck of tournament
3.9
poker.
million,
That's
25,000.
just unavoidable confrontation. You got to run it there. And those are pots that make or break you in a tournament. Now, granted, we see everyone already taking home 100,000, so that's consolation.
Bad flippers, so
But
it's
that was a
amazing.
pot worth probably $60,000 to $80,000 in real money. Whoever wins that's how much that pot is worth, at least right now, because they're about to gain $37,000 in the next pay jump, and then there's a 50K pay jump, and then a 70K pay jump. So yeah, that's a $70,000 pot right there, real money that goes in Darin Utley's way.
Tony Weise still the chip leader here, 31.1 million. Utley's now up into second, and firmly so. Mamouni third, and Pfeifer severely short now.
Pfeifer on fumes, but chip in a chair. He still has chips, and he still has a chair. Notice the silence from the table. 1, because I shut up, but 2, because they see maybe another player about to hit the rail. You can fold this. This is a good. You want to fold this. You want him to bust and get 35,000 more. So let them go all in. Chip leader's in a call here with any 2, and you're going to be happy to run this with King Queen. That's a big hand to wake up with here.
Call.
King Queen for Pfeifer. He's all in and at risk up against Tony Weise, who's got 9-6.
Look, if he wins this, he's back up to 8 bigs with the button. That's a good spot to be in.
Do you get the ante too?
Yes, he does.
I hope so. Okay. Ace 7-5. Some additional outs here now for Weise. Can also hit an 8. And there it is.
That's just
as
brutal.
I called it. The 8 rips off on the turn. That's going to leave Steuart Pfeifer drawing dead.
Well played. Well played. What else can you do? You had a big coin flip
Good
to
luck.
put you second in chips. You lost it. You come fourth. You get 101K. Well played, Steuart.
Steuart Pfeifer out of Pasadena, California. We're going to say goodbye to him in 4th place. $101,000 is the payout.
No problem.
A new career best score for Pfeifer.
Yeah, I thought
the
you
owner
guys
of
were
Lag
kind of
Strategy.
limping there.
I would have.
A Crisis PR firm. And there we see the update to the tournament payouts.
No, I got
They've
that
lost
job done
4.
myself.
There are 3 remaining. $137,500 now is the payout. Of course, everyone wants the $263,000 first place prize.
$137,500 guaranteed to the 3 remaining contestants. Weise can still flex his chip lead. We see him going for it. These are the good hands to do it with, high card, low card kind of stuff. Comes with another 4X, it seems.
Did you have my outs?
Will anyone else get a green chip throughout this final table? That's what's going through my head right now. Weise with 34 million out of the 57 million in play. And holding about 20 million of that in green chips. What is a green chip? Is it 500K?
Yes.
Okay. Good hand to raise here on the button, king deuce suited. Utley, all options here for him on the table. Call, 3-bet, all in, out of the question. Folding should be out of the question, but you know, with this stack distribution, maybe it's okay. But I like to see. I like to see this.
Raise announced.
3 million.
Utley's going up to 3 million.
All right, you got it.
And look, if the chip leader's going to just fold that quickly, it's a good sight.
It's 3.
Levels 3 and 6. That is this hand, Alex. Okay.
Blinds up, stacks reduced.
Do you set them? Like when?
Allison Wise in the chat on Venetian Poker Live says, cheering on Dad
What's up, Allison?
from Wise Falls in Issaquah, Washington.
Yeah.
Is that how you say that? Sorry if I butchered the location, but
Issaquah,
in.
maybe? Issaquah?
All in.
I can't read your dad's
she
handwriting
said-
that
she-
well.
she- I mean, she typed it here, so that's
Oh,
what I
okay.
was reading off of. But
Oh, it's an H. It looks like
Yeah.
LT here, but it's an H.
either way,
Got it. Issaquah.
glad to
yeah.
have you here, Allison.
Yeah, your dad's doing great. He's looking really good.
Yeah, in a prime position here to get to at least heads-up play, of course. Has eyes on the prize.
Look, he
as
has
well.
3 girls and a granddaughter. Isa is a granddaughter? Isa.
It's either Isa or Elsa, one or the other.
Yeah, that's good. But no, he shouted you out in his player bio. So welcome. Thanks for joining us. And his pet peeves at the poker table are mean or rude people, which I agree with completely.
All in.
As Mamouni here looks down at a premium, ace 10-0.
And he's all in.
O being offsuit, ace 10 offsuit. I never used to say O, but that's something I've seen some other geeks like me start to say, and now I'm saying it.
Utley gonna give this one some thought. Does have an ace in the big blind.
I don't know what to do in these spots. I mean, typically an ace is good, but when you're dealing with all this money around, I think Utley's just kind of putting on a little master class, if you ask me, like of avoidance and just timeliness. That's a spot where you might be best with an ace, but no matter what your opponent has, it's going to be like, you're going to be 60-40 kind of at best. So what an unbelievable fold, honestly. I think if the roles were reversed there, Mamouni's calling no questions asked. But yeah, keep him on a short stack. Whatever, let him pick up a couple big blinds. We don't care.
$1.5.
What is it? 1.5.
Utley attacking here from the small blind, gets it done.
What other big events do we have coming up here at the Venetian Poker Room? I know we got the ladies' final table of the high roller tomorrow. I know there's like a
Lines come around fast,
1600 or
three-handed.
big something
Yep.
coming up, right?
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll have the final table for the ladies
Two-thirds
high
of the
roller
time
that was
you're
a
in the blinds.
$2,500
Yep.
buy-in. And then starting on June 25th, so that's on Wednesday, June 25th through 29th, the $1,600 buy-in, ultimate stack, $1.5 million guarantee. 3 starting flights in that one. The final table will be live streamed on June 29th. We have another seniors event coming, $1,100 buy-in, $750K guarantee. That's July 7th through 11th.
Also,
The 5K WPT Venetian, $4 million guarantee, July 11th through 17th.
I just see something in the schedule here
Yep,
that
gotta
might
run
fly
the
under the
website.
radar. Donnie doesn't even announce it for our players out there. How dare him.
What's that?
Pot Limit Omaha 3-day tournament, 1A, 1B, starting this Sunday and Monday, $1,100 with a $300K guarantee. That tournament's probably going to be unbelievable. $1,100 PLO tournament starting Sunday and Monday, day 2 on Tuesday. Donnie was saying all the bigger stuff, but I've seen PLO kind of explode in the last couple of years. So I
Oh,
think,
yes.
yeah, I think that will be a good one. Another seniors event. Did you mention that one?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I better not. Yeah, I don't want Donnie arguing with me or anything. I'm sorry, guys.
All good. Die God asks how many entered / buy-in. 1,395 entries in this one. $1,600 was the buy-in.
Yeah, we do see the, like Donnie said, the main event, 5K, $4 million guaranteed coming up, second week, July.
Check.
Top pair for
600.
Weise. Second pair for Utley.
Dicey spot, incoming, top pair versus second pair. We see top pair just call, kind of playing it slow. Utley got to be a little concerned once his bet gets called on this flop.
Check.
Now Utley might try to go for value twice,
1.4.
thinking a 3's going to call him, maybe an ace high or king high is going to call him. But he is drawing dead here. And now it's up for Weise. Do we want to kind of keep trapping, or do we want to raise a little bit and start trying to get value? It's kind of tough because it all depends on what you think your opponent's going to do. Is Utley really the kind of player to keep barreling off with a bluff? Probably not. But is he also the player who's going to call with a 5 or call with a 3 here or call with some kind of draw if you raise? So this is just, I don't know. I just don't know.
Call is made. This pot's at almost $6 million.
And I think Utley is very concerned here. So I don't think there's going to be any more money going in this pot. Unless Weise decides to lead. Utley looking at his chips, but I don't think he wants to bet, honestly. I think he's just going to knuckle his back.
I got a 10.
Check, check, and those 3
Nice one.
tens
Thanks.
are going to win it for Weise. He's going to stretch his chip lead out a little bit further.
I assume you weren't folding?
No. I was very happy the whole time.
No. And that's well played by both players there. I mean, Utley sure could think he's good with 2 pair on the turn. Those are just wide range spots where if you connect in the blind, you're going to lose a couple bets. The rich get richer.
Call. Option. Check.
Limped pot here, blind versus blind. King, queen, 4.
Check it. Check back.
Checks through to the ace of diamonds on the turn. Checks through again. 7 of spades on the river.
So we see Utley now just bet 1 big blind with his pair of queens, and Mamouni with the jack of spades blocks a straight, blocks the flushes. He might have ideas of bluffing or maybe even calling,
Had a
thinking his
queen.
jack eye is good. And he did not expect his opponent to check that strong of a hand twice. But only cost him 1 big blind there. Okay, this is a very welcome sight. Ace-10 suited here in the small blind. We do see a jam.
Jack 8.
When you
No, you. Do you have Jack 8? I felt like you had Jack
Yeah,
8
yeah.
that hand.
Yes.
That was a good read. I keep doing that on my button too. It's like action's not supposed to get to me that fast.
Chip leader with a bottom of the barrel type of holding. It's not going to stop him
26.
from being aggressive.
2.6.
Gets a decent holding in Jack 9 offsuit to fold. That's a one advantage of coming in with a large size there. We saw over 4x. Look, you got an opponent full Jack 9. Who would have been playing in position? If that was a smaller raise, they'd probably call. Ace-8 offsuit here on the button.
1.3.
I love like characters at the poker table who are like visibly disgusted with like not picking up hands every other hand. Like you don't get dealt good stuff in poker. Like it's not like it doesn't happen often where you just get good hands in poker. You mostly get bad hands. So it's just kind of funny to see that. Obviously, I know Mamouni's pain because, you know, he's down to 3 left. He's playing for a lot of money. He wants to win. But it's okay. Just breathe. You're still there. Be patient. And 10-9 offsuit might be good enough with this short of a stack. Just put it in and hope your opponent doesn't wake up with anything. We see him call, and now 5 deuce. Might just want to take its equity and see 3 cards. You could also raise this and hope that your opponent just folds. And that's what we're going to see here from the chip leader. He's going to deny the equity of Mamouni. And this is why if you have 9-10 off, maybe you just want to jam it yourself so you don't let someone punk you here.
2.3.
And now this raise is crazy, Donnie, because it's enough where, like, if Mamouni did trap with something and go all in, you probably got to call the all in with 5 deuce. But it works. So Mamouni should register that and maybe have some traps there in the future.
John in the chat said, why they got to call these dudes seniors? Was there an age minimum to enter? Yes, there was, actually. That's why they're seniors.
50
50
or
years
older.
old.
So believe it or not, all these guys are older than 50. Donnie, that's probably the first bracelet or tournament you win as the seniors.
Whatever. I'll win any tournament. As long as it comes with some
You don't
money,
mind if
I'm
you don't
good.
mind if it's in 10 years plus, but
No,
okay.
I'll live.
Okay.
Try folding once, see what it feels like. It's not bad. Good job.
No.
Didn't do it.
Oh, just faking.
Oh.
Okay, Wise. We've seen
Well,
him
I'm
be
gonna
very
call this
aggressive in
one.
these spots.
All right.
But the last time I
Besides
called
a limp.
it turned into a really nice pot.
Yeah, I happened to catch second pair. You caught top pair.
Oh, let's see what happens on this one.
All right.
I love this game. Utley almost flops Wise dead. Wise
You're
gonna need
gonna
some
win
runner
this one.
runners.
I had
Shows
the
him
10 this time.
the 10.
Nice.
You came out better on
Yeah, that was
on those 2 hands though.
that's a crazy turn card. Another 10.
King. Players got under 10 bigs. King
Come on.
probably enough.
There is the jam. I'm guessing nothing by that facial expression, and it is nothing.
Hey, Mohamed's doing a great job just surviving and sticking around. If you can stick around long enough in a tournament, wait for a little rush, you only need to win 2 or 3 pots, and he's right back in here. So even though he's a little frustrated, he's doing great. You know, that's what I would tell my fighter if I was there in their corner. And Jack 5 suited is going to be good enough here with 5 bigs. You gotta just put it in. Oh, no, this is not the hand to fold. You don't know. You have to put that in. We see it the best. We see Jack high beating 9 high. We got to go with Jack 5 suited there. You just don't have time to wait. It's just you and another opponent. There's a lot of money out there. But, okay, no problem. So look, that's going to be very costly because now you play the button and obviously you hope to wake up with a hand on the button, but you're going to lose 1.2 million the next hand in the big blind. So it's my first time screaming at someone today. And pocket threes, he does wake up with a hand that wants to jam pocket threes, but you have less fold equity now. You're only shoving for 5 big blinds, but fortunately for you, nobody wakes up with a hand to call, even though we see 10-4 is flipping. And now that money that you just won, most of it's going to go right back into the middle right now.
Yeah, the really bad one.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a quick kind of
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
explanation of blind on blind play when you get short.
I'm good.
When you're under 10 bigs, you want to shove any ace, you want to shove kind of any king almost. And then you want to trap with like your best stuff like 8s plus. Because maybe like the chip leader, we saw him raise 5 deuce, you know, maybe the people do stuff like that. When you get under 10 bigs and when you get closer to 5, 6 bigs, you basically need to be all in with any suited jack, any suited queen, any suited king, and then all in with any king, any ace, any queen even. And then maybe you could fold like the jack deuce off or something, but even those hands almost qualify when you're so short. And here, Weise with a suited ace, I mean, he can do whatever he wants.
Update on the family as well.
13.
Emily Weise is in the chat now. Says,
Okay.
go dad. Grandbaby Elsa and I are watching.
Let's go, Elsa. And Emily. Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I call.
All in, call.
All in for Mamouni. Quick call for Weise, and here we go.
And I mean, I wish Mamouni would have saw a flop first instead of putting it in, because you don't have fold equity. Maybe you could connect first, but whatever. He wants to take the 60-40 now against a chip leader. Okay. Queen 9 was good enough for him to go.
Mamouni, the player at risk here. Very short and looking for the double. Queen in the window. King, queen, deuce on the flop. Mamouni vaults into the lead here. He's got a fade and ace.
Very good flop for Mamouni.
4 on the turn, so just an ace is what Mamouni needs to fade, and a 7
Nice.
keeps his queen 9 as best post flop.
I find only that.
Small dent to the stack of Weise.
No. Foam.
Yeah.
Still going to be on almost 31 million.
Yeah, look. It comes and goes. Huge chip leader still. 50 big blinds plus. Both players sub 30 bigs, with Mamouni now getting up to 15 big blinds there.
Back to the grind.
Yeah. Not another one, and after I can speak with you.
You survived.
Nice one.
You understand me?
Yeah, that's a good one.
You had 2 life cards. That worked out pretty good, actually.
Still no green chips have left Tony Wise's stack, as Utley looks at a premium hand here on the button.
Couple of 9s. What's going to be the raise size?
Going larger than usual.
Raise. 1.9.
That's a winner.
See, I don't love doing that because you don't. If you have a premium, you could keep it closer to 2x, maybe 2.2, 2.3, even 2.5. But you don't mind a hand like Jack 8 offsuit peeling off against you. Sure, they have an overcard, but you want to get value post flop in those spots. But whatever. I understand how Utley feels. He doesn't even want to tangle with the chip leader. He wants to try to get Mamouni out of there and get this pay jump. As we see, there's an extra 52,000 at risk here if you go from third to second. It's a lot of money, man. 52,000. How would you feel if I just gave you 52,000 right now, Donnie?
I feel amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I hear that.
Call. Check.
Weise with a limp here out of the small blind. Utley checks his option. King 7-6.
Check. Check.
Check, check. 4 on the turn.
Bet 900,000.
900K from Weise. These final 3 players are from a field size of 1,395 entries. Everyone ponied up 1,600 bucks to get into this one. $263,000 up top. Yes, these guys are welcome to make a deal, but no conversations have been brought up.
Raise 1.3 million.
We did hear Skullman earlier say he would be open to a deal, but that was a long time ago. Weise here, ace jack on the button, makes it 1.3.
Call.
Mamouni makes the call out of the big blind.
I like this call. Getting a good price. Got a connected holding.
King 9-4. Mamouni takes the lead.
King high. You got ace jack. Start with a bet.
800,000.
Seems standard.
Quick call. Another 9 on the turn. Trips for Mamouni.
Check.
He's got a lock on this hand.
Check.
Check, check. Ace on the end. This could be trouble for Weise.
Bet.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, would your opponent play a king like this?
2.2 million.
They probably check a king a lot when the ace comes on the river, so maybe he just has a 9 a lot. You block some of the hands that he could have, queen jack or jack 10, which are the straight draws that would call the flop. He has to have a lot of other holdings that don't connect.
9.
Call.
Weise does make the call. Mamouni announces a 9, shows that 10-9 for trips.
Don't blame Weise for calling there, of course. But nice pick up there from Mamouni. First time we see Weise drop under 30 million. As we see a little celebration
Getting
here.
fired up here, huh?
Yeah.
How'd you like that turn?
What, the river?
Good?
I prefer the river, you know. You know.
Yeah.
The river got him paid.
I think, but I'm not sure. But
Yeah.
Mamouni's got to feel good after being down to 3 million. He's back up to 13 million over 20 bigs. And that's why you can never give up in poker and in life.
See how that works? Small blind just folds. We go quick.
Power of
Buttons right.
persuasion.
Southpaw says comeback of the year. I mean, he's very much on the comeback trail, Mamouni.
Indeed.
MK also. Mamouni comeback? Question mark. So far, yes. So far. Rem Most asks, is this live? Oh, we are live.
We're live, buddy. We are live. Thank you for joining us and chatting, commenting.
Raise 1.4.
Mamouni made it 1.4 million on the button. Jack 8. Utley's got 9-8 suited. He's going to defend out of the big blind, so heads up we go.
Call, heads up.
Six, 5, 3 with a couple of spades.
This has been on my mind for days, Donnie, about what flop textures I could maybe consider leading from the big blind.
Check.
Well, I think this is one of them.
Yeah, but with 8-9, no backdoor, you're a little concerned. But when it goes check, check, you know, you got a gut shot, you got 9 high. Maybe you just want to start stabbing at the pot. There's 4 million out there, but instead we let Mamouni go ahead and take a crack at it.
Bet. 1.4 million.
And the retired boxer here doesn't like this. He's going to concede.
You speak about doing something about the no. You don't interesting.
I mean, I'd be open to something.
Huh?
I'd be open to something. I want to play for it, of course, but.
So you will
I
have
would
to
make a
play for
save.
it
It's-
if you do make a deal. But these
I
guys
mean,
considering, look,
$50,000
since they're
difference on a
Yes,
couple flips,
it's
but
a
that's a
yes.
lot of money.
since
to
these
me,
guys are
but-
even, they'd have to consult with the chip leader.
We'll
But
see.
maybe
We'll talk about it on break if anybody wants.
Okay.
You have any interest of talking at all or no?
Not really,
Okay.
not yet.
he's the chip leader. Why would he? He's got a big advantage. Maybe he thinks he's
13.
got an edge on these players too.
1.3 million.
I
Seems
like it.
reasonable, yeah. You can, you know, as we see Tony Weise, retired financial advisor, maybe he knows something about negotiating.
That's right.
And shutting these guys down right now gives him the upper hand going into the negotiations, right? Strategy beyond the strategy, Mr. Peters. And Mamouni with the run good continuing, flops top pair. You know, there's rumblings of, whoever doesn't want to make a deal gets unlucky, starts running bad.
Raise.
Now that's just a folk tale, but we do see it
3,300,000
coming to fruition in this pot. And nothing else really Wise can do. Doesn't have any backdoors, just has king high. So I think you just got to release this and concede. Even though it does feel a little ugly.
All right,
you
you
see
got it.
some of your chip lead getting diminished. But this is the nature of the tournament beast, you know? Sometimes you run good, sometimes you run bad, and we see Mamouni being on the bright side of variance right now. And just like that, Mamouni's second in chips and only about 10 big blinds away from overtaking the chip leader. As we see Tony rearrange his stack. He's lost 10 million chips, which isn't a lot. It's about 18 big blinds. It feels like a lot probably if you're in the seat.
Call. Check. Heads up. Check.
Queen high versus 6 high. Queen high in the lead.
The deal is good for you.
What is?
Deal is good for you. Deal.
It's the best for him, actually, but yeah.
Because we don't. I am not so far of you. He can.
We
there is
can
many
talk at the
money.
break.
You can just do
We can
something.
talk at the break.
Mamouni,
Yeah,
the
we got
businessman,
It's,
trying to talk business now, saying, hey, look, chip leaders take advantage in chip lead deals. But Tony's saying, look, let's talk on break. Let's not talk now. Seems reasonable. Let's keep playing. We can work on this when we're away from the table. I'm focused, man.
Call. Check. Heads up.
too money. Much money.
Oh,
Too much
you,
money.
put your card in the river for me at a time.
And look at this flop. 3-5 just flops the joint straight. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wise with a gut shot.
Right?
A 5 gives Wise a straight.
1 million.
But in the face of a 1,000,000 chip bet,
Look at that flop.
see a release.
Look at that flop is right.
That's a winner.
You know, we did say yesterday we're going to make it the final, down to the finals. You remember? When
Yeah.
we were by the drink fountain? Yeah.
Yeah. Here we are.
Yeah.
Any blinds?
I flopped a straight on that one. He didn't give me any money, though.
I don't see. Oh.
Ace-4 offsuit, the hand that looks closest to pocket aces because they both have a point.
13.
Raise 1.3 million.
And the dominating Ace-10 offsuit. This could be a hand you move all in with. Could be a hand you 3-bet. Button versus small blind, not really a hand you want to call with and let the big blind in or have to play out of position with. And we do see the retired boxer coming with raising chips.
3.2.
Raise, make it 3.2.
You got it. I don't think my ace is going to stand up to your cards.
Yeah, I like my kicker.
Both players acknowledging the truth.
Same. Oh, we have the same stack.
Mamouni still petitioning for a deal.
It's too easy to.
Oops, sorry. We got a runner.
Got it.
We can let some.
That's how much money's at stake
for the
here.
winner. Make a
What's
deal
the
and
total
let's
that? 190,
do
140,
30 or
let's
40K
say.
for the winner.
So 330 plus another 260. So like 600K nearly up
Yeah,
for
like-
grabs in the final 3 spots.
I think it's like 590, 589.
So 600K up for. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you, Donnie. Come
I know.
on, buddy.
I'm just adding to the conversation.
I know. I'm just fucking. Sorry, I can't say it. We got long days. We got early mornings, long nights over here. Donnie, like I said, nobody working harder than these guys. The Poker Go crew. And Donnie, as he's a man of many tasks.
7-5 offsuit here on the button for Utley. Giving it some consideration.
Maybe just a little tanking here to try to get us closer to the break, knowing that maybe we're going to make a deal soon.
Yeah, but he would be in the big blind in the next hand.
I understand.
So
I understand.
He's
Mamouni's coming with the raise with a couple of 6s.
2,300,000.
And it's Queen Jack suited for Weise.
At the minimum, we see a flop here.
Thank you.
I gotta be right.
Perfect. All right, thanks.
How
You count tips too,
often
right?
do we
'Cause
want to
you're gonna
think
talk-
about
we're
moving
talking
all
about
in here
ICM
with this
yourself.
hand?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But we definitely at least want to see a flop.
Weise does call. He's going to get to play in position here. 5.2 million in the middle. King, Jack, Deuce, couple of spades, 1 diamond. Weise takes the lead, pairing his Jack. Mamouni was the pre-flop aggressor. Does he want to continue here?
$900,000.
Really small bet, and you gotta feel really comfortable if you're Weise. And we see the first green chip enter the pot, leave Wise's stack. I've been waiting for this all tournament.
Weise makes the call. Pot is now 7 million.
Oh my
6
God.
of spades. Oh, Lord.
No way. And watch Mamouni as his whole personality shifts. We saw the smallest of bets on the flop. Now we are going to see probably a bigger clip unload. And this is just such a troublesome turn card for Tony Weise, because not only does his second pair not feel as good anymore, but the flush arrives. Your opponent's betting 3 million. Could they have a king? Could they have a flush? Could they really be bluffing with this line? And I mean, any card other than a 6, I don't know if we would have seen a bet. And Weise. Sure. This is reasonable, of course, if your opponent's just bluffing with a spade, if they're just bluffing with an ace high or like a queen 10, a queen 9 or whatever. Seems reasonable.
Oh, this spade on the end. This could ultimately save Weise from putting any more chips in the pot with 4 spades now out there.
And Mamouni loves this.
And he's just going to jam all in with his full house.
Full house beats a flush. He's not scared. He hopes his opponent has a king or a flush. And unfortunately, Weise loses to lots of hands now.
All right, you got it. Nice hand.
You got it announced.
That's close.
Full house shown for
Full.
Mamouni. And these
house.
final 3 players are going to duck out for a short break here, about 15 minutes, before we come on back and play down further, try and get this one to a winner. Mohamed Mamouni, the current chip leader, thanks to that pot there right before the break, but it's still pretty close overall. Tony Weise finds himself in 3rd, the first time he's been knocked out of the top spot. Top up your drinks, grab a snack if you want it. We'll see you guys back here in 15.
What? At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's a
And Nick
courtesy
here trying to
announcement,
get
by the way.
out of the
It's not
Squid Game
required
by
for the
making it
viewers to say that.
5,200 with 6-2 suited.
We do appreciate when they do.
6-3 for Boots gets out of the way.
I'll try and defend you, bro. I'll try and defend you.
Jeremy comes
I need
along
you
with
to
ace-10.
root for 7 of clubs.
Ooh, got it.
Oh, Nick's on a mission for this one.
Ace-10-3. This might be costly if Nick tries to really fight for this one.
Well, I think he's going to. He's got one of those types of boards that, as the person who put in $5,200 is going to want to represent.
Well, maybe the
Huh?
4 of diamonds would be a nice card.
No problem. No problem.
I'll take any diamond.
Instead, we get a deuce, so Nick does pair up. Action goes check, check. 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if JRB wants to stay tricky here, knowing that Nick wants to win his way out of the Squid Game. But instead, JRB is going to come out swinging. Donnie, would you have liked to see him check here? Nick has to bluff if he...
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of, is that you just can really let Nick hang himself here. I know he did check back on the turn, so maybe that's telling JRB, this guy's slowing down a little bit, but, you know, I think you can just really let him bomb the river. Is he going to call?
Oh, wow.
He calls.
Nick Salem with the hero call, and JRB gets a ton of value, and Boots will be happy with this because the Squid Game is still on.
Clubs was better than the 7 of clubs, all right? I protected you.
That was a big one for JRB.
He's loosened up a little bit.
28.
And he's going to try and punish here from the straddle.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be it.
Nick will go see a flop. Rampage gets out of the way.
That's got to be it. Smart man.
Welcome to Joe Ingram in the chat. Good to have you with us. He says road to 5K subs is heating up a little closer every day. But we won't be happy with 5K. We want 10K.
When's Joey going to be in the game?
Yeah. Get on the phone with JRB. I heard Joey is now a 2-card specialist.
That's what I mean, right?
He has
can get in there.
He has forsaken his old love.
You talked to Remco later?
Yeah.
He's still full daddy mode.
Well, you made a pair now, Nick. I mean,
a pair
Can't
is
fold.
a pair is good enough.
First time back.
I'm sort of surprised at Oaken on numerous occasions now, check and flop as the initial raiser, and then betting the turn on what has looked like an inconspicuous card.
yeah, I mean, I think he's. I mean, I think he should just be betting flops like this, right? But I also think that maybe he's thinking, well, in a way, kind of like see where I'm at. Like, I'll just check, and if he checks back, then I have, I can just fire. Oh,
Wow.
snap call.
Oaken bets 17,600, and Nick snaps him off with 8-5.
What the fuck happened in this thing? What the fuck did I just miss?
You see the confidence I called him with?
I never seen you throw one chip.
Look at this.
You see the
Welcome
No, we
to the
didn't
Nick
know you
Salem show, ladies and gentlemen. And Boots here trying to evacuate himself from the Squid Game. Makes it 3,000.
Oh, here comes
And
Nick.
oh, Nick with the big stack. He's going to make it 10K. Music to the... Oh, and Rampage finds 9s. Sound the alarms. We might have a massive clash on our hands. And all-in announced for 27,800. Action back to Boots. Double check the cards. He's also going to move all in.
I have a
Twice.
pair? Yeah, sure. You're out?
I have ace 10. What the fuck am I?
Nick Salem out of the way, folding ace 10.
10.
Rampage will be happy to hear that because it's going to be 9s against ace king. 66,000 in the middle.
He got me anyways. I couldn't play with.
I had 10-8 suited though.
Big one here.
I would love.
First board
10,000 no matter what.
is for the Squid Game. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-8. You can see the outs on the screen there. 2 aces have already been folded. Turn card. Jack of spades.
No hard.
Still looking safe. River's the 5 of diamonds, and Rampage gets the first one, and that means that Boots again, the loser of the Squid Game.
Hola, Chachi. Buenas noches. I love
King,
you.
9,
I'm
5,
all
a
set.
set for Rampage.
Hey, running a heart.
Boots looking for runner. It's not there, and Rampage winning 2 showdowns here with pocket 9s, and he's up to 66,000.
This night for Boots has been
Oh,
something.
it's unreal.
It's unbelievable. Currently only 3 winners at the table. Nick Salem, Rampage is slightly up, but up, and JRB. Three ways here, Jack 7-4. Top pair for JRB. Oaken's got a gutter.
JRB's going to raise it up to 8,000. Yep, of course. Ogun's going to come along and make the call. Building a real...
Now we're playing the game,
Man, if
boys.
a 9 comes, oh.
6 of spades on the turn. JRB has to continue firing.
Why did he check?
Yeah, why would you give Brian Oaken a free card who could be in there with just about anything? You got to charge him.
Go play something, but I might play this 1100 you guys got today. One guy.
Oaken possibly thinking about betting here with the double gutter, but checks back.
Oh! It does
There
come in.
It is.
And JRB again with the check. Brian Oaken with a well-disguised straight on the river, 20,000 in the middle. I would not be surprised to see a very sizable bet here. Are we going to see the bobblehead?
Overbet maybe?
Yep.
There we go.
27,000 is the bet.
I'm gonna get rid of this ugly chip anyways.
I'll take it.
JRB losing a huge one. 74,000 going to Brian Oaken.
Now they're expert. You got
Could
no
be trouble
chance.
right
If you
here. Look,
start to deliver
Nick
your hand,
Flats
that
with
shit
the
is gone.
aces.
Oh.
They should.
Oh, baby.
And David Williams makes it 7,000 on the button. Nick Salem is just in full control here. This is a different Nick Salem than we saw 2 weeks ago.
I really wish I had my squid button.
7.
Oh, we went from margarita to wine. White wine. Maybe
He's getting ready for the dinner. You
maybe
know?
some red
Don't
after
get
dinner.
the squid and tip with the other 100. This
He
is
must have ordered
amazing.
seafood. Oh, he's going to come back over the top.
Truly incredible. Can't make that up.
Not messing around. 21,400.
I'm all in.
Oh! David Williams with the misstep.
Oh, my gosh.
He runs into aces. Nick Salem.
Squid button. First board gets it.
Oh, my
board
God.
They're in for 100,000 each.
You're going twice.
What happens to
150,000 in the middle.
I like that.
This is the hand of the night.
2 times.
Better call up my backup player.
I'm not flipping over, so I don't care what they say.
They want you to roll your hand.
I'm not,
Yeah, they won't
I'm not
do it.
turning
Go
my
ahead.
hand over. So
Okay, just tell me that.
Now he's
that-
protesting.
They're not rolling their hands
Put it
over.
out.
Go ahead, deal.
let's go.
Oh, man.
All right. Running it
Anyway,
twice.
You put it on the camera. Anyway,
First
right?
one
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Squid Game. Aces versus ace 9. 7-6-3. Runner straight still out there. David Williams in a world of hurt right now.
Williams got it in with the 8-4. He's like, I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. I wish I had 8-4 right now. Have a 5. I could hit a 5.
First one's going to go to Nick Salem.
Ace. Yeah. Nice hand.
Second
Two
board.
boards, right?
Yeah. Split it back.
Second board hoping to save David Williams. We have an absolute monster pot on our hands during a round of Squid Game. David Williams thought Nick Salem was messing around, and he got caught
Nick, you can't have liked to
with
see
his
the
hand in the
king run out.
proverbial cookie jar.
I didn't like it.
You can't have liked that. King run out.
Yeah, horrible.
Because I don't want to turn over ace king.
Yeah.
Jack 8-8
He
once
said he
again,
saw that. I
looking
mean,
for back doors here,
Oh,
and that is it. David Williams
I mean,
tosses
from
him
his
into the
comments,
muck.
Yeah, okay.
Nick Salem wins the biggest pot of the night. Absolute monster pot. Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like, 1 or 2 ice cubes just to, quickly chill it down. Probably
right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to do it.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh, baby!
Of course.
No pair.
No pair.
We got a
No
big
pair.
one here.
It's king.
Out of
Oh, you're
nowhere.
good. Yeah, you're very good.
Rips
Oh,
is tired of folding.
Two times. Yeah. Good luck.
King Charles
Thank
gets
you.
him to pull the trigger, making the
I think
call
so,
here
too.
on the
I'm good
jam.
too.
We got a new biggest
I'm
pot,
happy to tell. I'm happy to
60,800.
tell. Get there.
Did they say once or twice?
I think we're going twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
Got
yeah,
it, got,
yeah,
got it in.
Yeah,
got it in with a 3-outer.
10 king.
That's a good
right
card there, yeah. That's a rips roll. He just he couldn't write no more, you know?
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles.
I know.
Rips hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, Jack in the window. King right behind it.
There it
Came
was.
too quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
10 good.
gives us some outs here. Rivers the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
You got my ass.
6.
6,000. Oaken on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the king jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
Oh.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe a
What?
bet 10.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's
way.
not good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle part pre-flop.
84,000
yeah,
in the
JRP
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, okay, I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like he needs
Oh, is
an
that king
ace
jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce
Yeah.
or a 6.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he needs 2 pair on board. Or
I don't even know.
more. More. He's got 2 outs, man. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, it's game over for Oaken on this
2 outs
hand.
that could be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as no
outs.
10 of spade.
Yeah, that.
Who's coming ace ace?
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's
And
it.
that's
I
it.
knew I was going to
Brian Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot, and King Charles
Get more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the Squid Game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sebas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace-king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the $1,600 buy-in seniors event final table here at the Venetian, Las Vegas, as part of the Deepstack Championship Poker Series. 3 players remain. Just before break, Mohamed Mamouni took the chip lead. He made a full house against Tony Weise. Weise now 3 of 3. We got some updated payouts. They did discuss some stuff on break, it seems like.
It's okay.
$230,000 up top.
okay.
You see the
That's
pay
good,
or
that's
the
good.
chip counts on your screen right now.
Still
But
good,
$230,000 up top, 180 for second and third.
Okay, so effectively, everyone's locked up 180,000, and when we get heads up, we're going to play a 50K heads up match. So that's got to feel good since these players are all basically making second place money, which was slated to be second place money at the time. And that's cool, right? When you're the final 3 in a poker tournament, look, it's basically your money to do whatever you want with it. So it's great that the Venetian facilitates a deal
1.7 million.
and lets these players do that. And good for these players too. Look, it's hard to flip coins for $100,000. As we see the brown chips removed from play and more 500K green chips added. So we have a 100K orange chip and 500K green chip. Or I like to call it the same color as the Balenciaga t-shirt of Mamouni has on. And Weise finding himself in unfamiliar territory. He's the short stack.
Yeah, up until that last hand before break, he was 1 of 1. Chip leader the entire time.
Raise to 1.7.
He's going to come in with the raise here. We are playing 400,000, 800,000 on the blinds. Weise takes it down there.
Anything can happen. Every player with 20 big blinds. And Mamouni, new chip leader.
Can you ask him if I can move over to a closer chair?
Hey, Matt. Matt. You want to move to...
Like right there?
Yeah, you can move it. Yep.
You seem so far
Can I
away.
move over?
6 good?
How about here? Or no, this actually, yeah, right here would be best.
Yeah, we prefer 6.
Okay, I'll sit here. I'm good. We can do it.
Because when we go into
Yeah.
2 and 6.
Yeah, let's do it from right here.
A little foreshadowing there from tournament director Matt.
Yeah, a little moving of the chairs.
So this is when it's the probably hardest to navigate spot of a tournament when you're playing three-handed, because not a lot of players have short-handed poker experience. Most people play at a poker table with 8 people, 9 people, 6 people, 7 people, 8 people, whatever. 3 people, it's tougher to have a lot of experience. So this will be interesting to see how everyone plays. Basically harder to make a hand, so hand classes kind of increase. And ace-6 here is a pretty decent holding overall.
Call.
$2.2.
Ace. 2 by 2.
And now if you limp with an ace, and an ace like this, an offsuit ace that's really disconnected and hard to play, maybe you just want to move all in and try to pick up the 4 million out there. I know it seems risky, but we're dealing with sub 20 big blind stacks.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony Wise does just that. Savvy. Here, ace-9 offsuit on the button. Pretty strong hand.
Ace 2 7 1.7.
2 8s for Darren Utley in the small blind. This is going to be an all-in situation. Now Wise doesn't have to call, but who knows? We'll see.
I'm all in.
There's the jam.
This is very close. Ace-10 you would call. You wouldn't really ponder too much because you could dominate your aces of your opponent. Even here with ace-9, it's a sub 20 big blind shove. It's a 16 big blind shove. So your opponent could shove a hand like Jack-10 suited, Queen-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited. They could shove ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited. So you do dominate or beat a lot of their holdings. Sometimes you're dominated, right? Sometimes your opponent has ace-jack, ace-queen. Sometimes they have 2 10s. But here we do see a coin flip. Very tricky to navigate these spots because it's right on the edge. And this is for most of Wise's chips as well.
Chatty bunch.
Yeah, it's all about business now. Look, they locked up the money, but this is still about playing to a champion. So we are poker-faced, straight-faced, and silent.
Call.
Got a small blind limp here from Weise.
Check.
Same scenario we saw last time with Ali raising the 4-deuce offsuit to just hope to win the pot. Here he checks 5-deuce and outflops the 7-4, which has a straight draw with a 6.
Bet 800. Call. Check.
The Wise does slow down when the board pairs 3. Ali can of course have a 3 here.
Check.
Check, check. Queen on the river to complete the board.
Wise with 7 high can't win otherwise, but also maybe realizes his opponent is going to have something to call his flop bet, so maybe he just wants to shut it down here.
Check.
I got a 5.
You got it.
Check, check. That's going to win it with your
Yep.
5.
Shout out to the Venetian poker staff. Tommy Lasorda, head of the ship here, just came in and talked with Donnie and I. They've been working really hard to make it a great space, put on great tournaments, and just have an overall awesome feel for one of the best poker rooms in Las Vegas, probably one of the best poker rooms on the planet, believe it or not.
Tommy LaRosa.
LaRosa, sorry. What did I say, Lasorda?
Lasorda. Although
that was a Major League Baseball manager.
I believe Tommy LaRosa has a background in baseball.
Really?
Yeah, I believe he was quite good.
I'll have to ask him about that. Thanks for catching me on that slip up.
900.
Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing.
It's okay.
Thank you.
It happens.
Yeah, it does. I saw the World Series game with Coastal Carolina and the manager getting tossed the
In
other
like
day.
the first inning, right?
I
Or
know,
super early?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of rough. So I probably had other baseball general managers on my mind. Hopefully they let me back in here after that mess up.
It's okay.
But they were saying this is like one of the down days. I mean, they only have like 3 events running today.
Yeah, only 3 events.
Yeah.
You know, no big deal.
But every day I've been in here this summer, it's just been slam packed, like not a chair empty. And today there's like a couple tables that are available
He's
actually.
misclicked there.
You know, you had 1,400
I didn't wanna-
people
I
come
wasn't
play
planning on
the
raising that
seniors
much,
event. You got events every
Thought it
day.
was big raise. Making it 1.8, I was thinking these are 25s. I don't know why. Or 250s, I mean.
Pretty decent field for the ladies event, right? A high roller, not many of those that go on, but they got how many did they end up getting for that?
I don't know.
Well, I thought I saw,
Couple hundred, I want to say.
I thought I saw it on the board. Yeah. But yeah, good. Awesome.
Yeah, $2,500 buy-in for that ladies event. They are playing down towards the final table. It will be live streamed on Tuesday here on Venetian Poker Live.
So tomorrow, everybody, if you want to watch
6i.
another final table,
Yes, I.
Venetian and Poker Go,
I don't know what those look like.
bringing that to you.
Is it cool to get them? They're pointy, right? Those aces, they're fun to get.
I am big. Yeah.
$1.8.
Raise 1.8.
Look, I'm pulling up Tom LaRosa's baseball stats right now. We got baseball cards. He's on baseball cards.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the real deal. I told you.
Okay, look, I gotta look at this. Was he in the majors? Made it to A+. Went to University of Nevada. And got drafted by the Minnesota Twins. Wow, okay, we're gonna have to ask him about this. Might have to get some of those baseball cards in here and make him sign one of them.
Queen Jack suited here for Utley, who also has quite the sports background himself. If you missed it earlier, an 8-time Iowa Gold Glove winner.
$6 million.
Also in the Iowa Boxing Hall of Fame. Mamouni here, 3-bet to $6 million with Ace Queen. Utley out of the way.
All right, like this.
Now, how much do you think
Thank you.
Tommy's baseball card has gone up in value
I had a nice
with all
hand
the
there.
work he's doing here at the Venetian?
Yeah.
I hope it tripled, at least.
Yeah.
Go
Nice hand.
straight.
Player stats for Mamouni, 27.7 million in chips right now. Current chip leader in a fairly big way.
Picking up the big hands still, back-to-back top hands.
Raised 1.7 million.
He was pitcher, Tommy. I'm going to keep throwing baseball stats your way.
Ace King suited for our chip leader makes it 1.7 million.
What was it? Ace?
No, no,
Oh my
no small
God.
ace.
Nice hand.
It's a monster.
Monster. In trend,
Very nice.
in trended, it's a monster.
I will take my chances with that every hand right now.
And Mamouni now running away with it a little bit, almost up to 40 big blinds, while his opponents are sub 20.
I'm all in.
Oh.
And this shove right here, Donnie. King 6 offsuit for 14 bigs. Gonna take it. No fear.
You are watching the final 3 of the seniors event here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. 1,395 entries all the way down to 3. They did do a deal, or I should say an arrangement, to restructure the payout. So 180K for third, 180K for second, and then first place will be $230,000.
Now, how will Mamouni play as a chip leader? We see him not as aggressive, but with a bottom hand there, so folding seems good.
Raised to 1,700,000.
And a pair here in the small blind. Just lets it go.
King 10 for Utley.
Call.
He makes the call. Ace, Jack, 10.
Check, check.
Check, check. They see the 9 up here on the turn.
That's 2,200,000.
So delayed c-bet here from Mohamed, the king 8. Now Utley seems to be a little concerned that his opponent checks back the flop, so maybe he thinks he's got a jack or a 10 in his range. So this is kind of troublesome from the start here. But getting a decent price. We do see him with the best holding right now, still drawing to a straight. But these are always tricky spots to navigate.
Bluff?
No, semi-bluff. I have many outs.
I was probably ahead then.
Many. Blended and plus and semi.
Semi.
Semi-bluff. I mean, it was a semi-bluff.
I thought about jamming.
When?
Yeah.
Pre?
It would have worked at any
Post?
point.
Turn?
And calling and folding.
Yeah, that's a tricky one there.
Raise 1,700,000.
These type of hands like to jam pre-flop, queen 10 suited. If your opponent's raise folding the button, they can be formidable. And we do see Darren Utley shove it right in with the best of it. Three-handed poker, look, you don't see too many big hands being dealt. So aggression always pays until it doesn't. An ace here in the small blind with your opponent with a short stack. I think an all-in's the best play.
Mamouni just gonna size it up. Looks like he's coming with a non-all-in raise.
Raise 2,400,000.
3x.
No resistance.
Can you give me 10 orange, please?
17 minutes left in this level. When those 17 minutes run out, we're going to have a million big blind.
And you do see the prize pool on the left, 180 for second and third, like Donnie mentioned earlier. So basically every player guaranteed second place money originally.
Come on.
Weise getting after it. Look, you love to see it. Like, we already guaranteed second place money. All the money's up top. I'm not going to just mosey around and hang out and just blind out. I'm going to take risks. I'm going to shove my stack in there. I'm not going to drop too short. And I want to be in a position to take home the top prize, the extra 50K, the trophy, and the glory. So these ace-6 suited type hands can call and kind of trap your opponent typically.
All in.
All in.
There's the jam from Utley out of the small blind. Gets it through.
That goes against my advice that I was just saying. And the idea there is that when you have ace-6 offsuit, you probably want to go all in because you can't really play that hand too well out of position. But with an ace-6 suited, if you limp and your opponent checks, you could flop a flush draw, you could hit an ace. It's a little bit easier to play because you flop higher equity stuff. But that obviously is a fine shove too. It's not a problem when you have an ace. It's typically going to be good. But you don't maximize the strength of the hand by just jamming. And ooh, look at that pickup. Weise, top premium, no action. Okay, we see ace-5 suited here for the chip leader on the button.
1,800,000.
Raises. And a bit better of an ace from Utley.
All in.
All in.
There's the jam. Mamouni gives it up. Jam gets through.
These guys are just passing chips around, waiting for a big confrontation.
I'm good, thank you.
See one of the Venetian
Thanks for
cocktail
checking.
waitresses comes in, check on everybody.
King Queen for Utley here in the small blind.
Call.
Comes with a limp.
Check.
Ace
Mamouni
deuce
with a
checked.
check,
Yeah.
That's it.
Queen 6-4.
Check.
Check, check, 10 on the turn.
Bet 2 million.
Sizable bet here from top pair, second best kicker. Seems understandable. And ace high trapping pre-flop essentially. Decides to let it go. Do you know what other streams you guys got planned for the Venetian? I know the ladies is tomorrow. Is there a list of other stuff in the future that you know about?
1600 no limit ultimate stack, the one that kicks off on Wednesday. That will stream on June 29th. $1.5 million guarantee for that tournament. That other seniors event that you mentioned, the $1,100 seniors event, will be streaming on July 11th. The tournament itself runs July 7th through 11th. The 5K WPT Venetian will be streaming.
Okay, cool.
5K buy-in, $4 million guaranteed July 11th through 17th. Then there's a couple more Ultimate Stack tournaments. You have the $1,600 Ultimate Stack, July 15th through 19th, streaming on the 19th, and the $1,100 Ultimate Stack, July 18th through 22nd, streaming on the 22nd.
Cool. Thank you. So lots more opportunities. If you want to get on a stream, have your family watching, as we see some family members in the chat, and also play for a ton of money at one of the best places to play in Las Vegas. Get out here. Venetian Poker Room,
Rating.
doing it right.
1,800,000.
We'll get it all in call one of these days.
It's gonna happen.
Eventually, yes, it will happen.
Big hand here for Darren Utley in the small blind. How does he want to proceed?
Raise 2,400,000.
Comes with a 3x raise, and Mamouni with a big hand. This could all be in pre-flop here. Mamouni, typically you just want to jam this stuff and deny any equity, but it looks like he's going to take a flop. And the problem with taking a flop with this kind of hand is you're just not going to flop a set that much. 1 out of 8.5 times he will hit a 3 here on the flop.
7-5 deuce, all spades. Mamouni does have the 3 of spades in his hand.
So this is a... Oh my
Utley
God, Donnie.
jams.
Completely unexpected. Ace-Jack red. No spade, just puts all the pressure on Mamouni. And Mamouni with an 86% chance to win this hand as it hits the muck. And that could have been all over if Mamouni just shoves pre-flop. Utley's probably not going anywhere, calling. And we could have been down to heads up, but instead we see a flop and Utley just jams for 3x the pot and takes it. That is the biggest surprise of the final table so far to me.
Utley up to 21.4 million now. Really getting close to Mamouni's chip leading stack, who is now on 25.6 million.
400,000.
I'm all in.
All in.
There's a jam from Weise. This is going to work.
10 bigs just has a recognition that Utley's maybe getting a little too
What's the
frisky.
count? 8 million.
And he is 10-8 offsuit, Queen 9 offsuit, going to be the best hand.
8,100,000.
Oh, one of these.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
And there goes Weise. No fear. Just recognizing some good spots to be timely.
Call.
All in.
All in.
You know, eventually the hands are going to clash.
Yeah,
Eventually.
The threes versus ace jack was the closest thing we've had so far, but yeah, eventually it will happen. You know, this is the problem, not the problem, but the nature of short-handed poker is you just don't get dealt very good hands. But as players get shorter, the range opens up as we see
All
Weise
in.
continue to shove with pretty weak holdings. This can only work for so long until, as my colleague Mr. Peters just stated, you run into it.
Darin Utley, Mohamed Mamouni, and Tony Weise, the final three players here in the Deepstack Championship Poker Series Seniors event. Utley out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Mamouni is from Paris, and Tony Weise from Washington State. Queen 7 suited here for Mamouni.
So again, this event started with 1,395 runners. We had 210 players make the money down to the final three.
Raised to 2.4 million out of the small blind from Mamouni, and Weise just rips it in here with a couple of eights. Mamouni
Nice
not
hand.
going to play.
Button's right.
Yeah, pairs are pretty good hands, three-handed. Especially when you get eights or higher.
I mean, that's another hand that I could have saw Mamouni just putting it in.
Queen 7 suited?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but he seems a little more careful than most,
Yeah.
right? As we saw with the pocket threes. (10-8) suited here. About 20 bigs working.
Call.
These are the kind of hands you want to see a flop with.
We are going to a flop. Check from Utley in the big blind. Oh, hello.
Flush.
King Jack 3. All diamonds.
See, I would love to check here. I don't really like a
Yeah,
bet
800,000.
because you just have such a strong hand. You want your opponent to either bluff you or catch up a little bit. As we saw, his opponent was drawing dead. So I think that's just a little misstep, a little overzealous, a little too excited. Whereas I'd much prefer you to trap there. But Tony getting chips, stacking them up, feeling a little bit better. As he was down to 8 million, he's back up to 16 million. And look at that, Donnie.
Aces.
Aces. Why'd you whisper?
We don't want to let people know he has aces.
Aces, he's got aces.
Oh,
Ace
Jack.
No way. This is a huge hand.
This is going to go in.
This is as bad as it gets. This is called a cooler. It's freezing cold.
There is the jam from Utley.
I call.
Quick call from Weise.
That's just so unlucky for Darren Utley. Let's see if you can punch his way out of this one as only a 7%. Not favorite, but 7% to win this hand. This is just gross. This is as gross as it gets. Is your opponent has kings or queens, whatever, you're 30%. But if they have aces, it's the only hand you don't want them to have. And ace-jack's such a big hand, three-handed with 20 big blinds. This is just gross.
Queen 9-5 with 2 hearts, so some backdoor possibilities here for Utley.
Hey, it's a start.
Jack on the turn, not dead yet. Needs a jack on the river. 2 of them left. King on the end. We're not going to lose Darren Utley, but he is going to be absolutely crushed here.
Easy poker.
Enormous double up for
Just up to the
Tony
poker
Weise,
now.
the retired financial advisor out of Washington, is back into the top position on the leaderboard. 34 million for him.
18 million.
We got the dealer breaking these chips
Can you
down.
do that again? I think
10.
10. That's 12.
12, 14, 16, 300,000. 16,300,000.
There's 10. Perfect.
And that is rough if you're Utley. So rough. I mean, just to run into aces there with ace-jack again. Such a big hand. And still life, though. 2 million, still life.
No.
On the ropes, though, now is Darren Utley.
New lines?
New blinds, yes.
And look at that. Bad timing for him. I mean, he does have the button, so it's not the worst of it. But blinds are going to go up right now.
So it's something I've been thinking about. With this big blind ante in play, right? If Utley folds a button, he has to put his whole chips in basically next hand. And he only wins his million that he puts out here. If he goes all in now on the button with any 2, he at least has a chance to win other people's chips. So I think it might just be worthwhile for him to just,
like Martin Cabral, not like that.
Put it in
you seen
here.
him on the stream?
Yeah, that did scare me, that Jack.
Yeah,
that
I saw a face card there.
I'm just glad a heart didn't
So
hit
even
on
though
the
this
turn.
seems ugly, I think you go with queen 4 here. I would just make it 2 million maybe.
All in.
But good job. You got to go. I know these guys might have an idea to both see the flop and try to bust this player. Mamouni considering it with Jack 6 suited. And Weise
I'm
can't
not
fold
looking.
here.
How much is it?
2.1.
It's only one more big blind.
2,100,000.
Let's sweat together. Oh, you're live.
That's kind of a famous hand in up in Seattle called Sujson. So, unfortunately, I think you're in trouble. It wins.
All right, we got queen 4 for the at-risk Utley
Friend
up against
Suge,
10-3
pretty
for
tough with
Weise.
this one.
And there's a 3. Jack, 7,
That you?
3.
That's you?
That is him.
That's me, nice.
Right now, at least.
Thank you, Suge.
10 on the
Nice.
turn.
Good
And that
game,
is
guys.
going
All
to
right.
do it. We are going to lose
Nice game, Darren.
Darren
Yeah,
Utley.
great.
Well played. Very
Congratulations.
Well played.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he played great. What a cooler three-handed to just get eliminated there. And just like that, we're down to 2.
Utley falls in 3rd place. After the deal, he did secure a bigger prize, $180,000 for him. Utley out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, an 8-time Iowa Golden Gloves champion, also a member of the Iowa Boxing Hall of Fame. And then we're heads up. Tony Weise, 36.8 million. Mohamed Mamouni, 19.1 million. So just about 2 to 1 here.
And these were actually the guys that were 1 and 2 to start the final table. Tony Weise and Mohamed Mamouni remain 1 and 2. Started the final table like that, we get heads up like that.
We are going to add the trophy to the middle of the table. We're going to get these guys seated in their proper seats as well. Get ready for this heads-up match. $180,000 is also the payout for 3rd place. $230,000 up top for the winner. There's that trophy. Let's go.
So, I was talking about the old trophy a couple times with you.
Good luck.
But this new trophy
Well
looks
played.
a little more established, a little more sophisticated, right?
It's a
Doesn't the-
sophisticated lion.
Doesn't the lion look
Can a
a little
lion be sophisticated?
Yes, notice the posture. The posture's everything there, Donnie. Notice the shoulders taken aback, the head up, the chin down. That is sophistication at its finest. Only at the Venetian Poker Room.
Raise 2.5 million.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do see what
Okay,
you're talking
okay.
about.
I just want to make sure. Don't treat me like I'm crazy. I know I'm a little crazy. So look, if I'm Wise, I'm kind of happy to be here right now against Mohamed because Mohamed seems to be a little on the tighter side of things.
Yeah, you can really just lean on your opponent.
Especially heads up, where it's really hard to make a hand, where if you flop a pair, it's hard to do. Where the stacks are already dwindling. We have Mamouni with 17 big blinds, Wise over 2x that.
Raise 2,500,000.
But there is a lot of luck and what we call variance heads up. Who's going to get dealt the better hands? Who's going to hit with the flops and boards more? It's anyone's game still. But let's see how these guys traverse this landscape. 50K heads up match. That's pretty cool. You want to play me heads up 50K, Donnie?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
As long as I don't got to put up the money.
Oh,
then we're good.
okay, okay. Never mind then. I thought that was a challenge and accepted.
Like we got to put up 50K each? What is,
yeah.
no, what is this?
Okay, I just thought I'd throw it out there.
These guys put up 1,600, man. That's not even fair.
Okay, that's fair. Look, Donnie and I will put up 1,600 each. If anyone wants to put up the 50K,
There you
we'll
go.
play for
See,
the 50K.
there you go.
And I think we'd both agree to that, of course. You want to chop it?
No chops.
Yeah, you said you want to win. All right, look, maybe we can get the Venetian Poker Room to put up
What
the
the heck
prize
is
pool
that?
with the trophy.
Something underneath us, I guess.
I did feel that earlier, too.
Oh, it's all going to come crumbling down, guys.
That would be scary. All right, so the idea with 20 big blinds heads up is you can limp and try to play in position. You can do some small raising. So let's see how these guys choose to operate.
Raise 2,500,000.
For Fun RC said nonsense from the commentary. Yes, nonsense, sir. Nonsense.
Yeah, we're all about nonsense in here.
Your name?
Tony.
Tony, okay, Tony.
They lock us alone in a
And
room.
you're Mohamed.
Mohamed, yes. No, if I take some chips, I think it's too much for 50 for us. 50, you know?
Yeah, if we get even, we can talk.
Yes.
Right now, I got.
It's very
Yeah.
50 for. I think it's.
I hear you. I got a
I
nice.
think it's two. If we take two near two, it's symbolic. You know what I.
Yeah.
Yeah, 200.
I'm okay.
200.
I'm okay with it now, but we'll see what happens here.
A couple of jacks for Weise as he
I don't know.
politely shuts down the deal talks. A second time that the deal is brought up. First time they did come to an agreement to rearrange the payouts. 180 for third, 180 for second, and then 230 for first. It was originally $263,000 up top. I think it was 263, 189, 137 were the original payouts. Here it sounds like Mamouni wants to take a little bit more off, make things a little bit even. They are playing heads up for 50K. But Weise says, you know what? I got the chip lead. Maybe I feel like I got an edge. No real reason to do anything just yet. Let's keep playing.
Yeah, and look, if someone wanted to do a deal, look at the stacks right now. We got 18 to 37. He's got twice as much. So we're not going to do 20-20, and you get 20, I get 20, we play for 10. You'd have to give me 30, and maybe you take 10 if you do so. I mean, that wouldn't be fair to Mohamed either. But that's kind of what Tony Weise is saying. Is like, look, we're playing 50K. You already got second place money. We already negotiated. I got a big lead. If you get close, we could talk about maybe doing something if it's even. But right now, I have an advantage by having twice as many chips as you.
Mamouni is a businessman from Paris. He came into this final table with $540,000 in earnings. His best scores were in the range of 25,000 to 30,000. So this is by far and away his best tournament result. Tony Weise, a retired financial advisor out of Washington, 450K in earnings ahead of this event. He took fourth place in the WSOP Seniors event in 2014 for $206,000. So, you know, I read those. I see the conversation that just happened. I feel like Tony is a little bit more experienced in this specific part of a tournament, playing for a little bit more money. He's willing to let it ride a little bit right now while he's got the big chip lead. Whereas Mamouni, you couple this deal talk with the one that we had when they were three-handed, it seems like he just really kind of just wants to strike a deal and lock up as much money as possible. Which,
yeah,
if you're Tony Weise, maybe you pick up on that and be like, kind of smell some blood in the water. Like, let's just get after this guy. He has been playing a little bit more conservative throughout the final table. Add in the fact that he's now twice now, you know, really pushed to make a deal. So can I just really get after it against this guy?
Yeah. Look, poker is a zero-sum game. Someone wins, someone loses. That's the beauty of it. And that's painful for some people. I agree. It's tough to handle, especially if you're not used to playing for large sums of money. But to Donnie's point, that's just how this goes. If you think you have an advantage on someone, if you think you have an edge on someone, you use that at the table. This is not a casino game. This is not us against the house. This is Mohamed against Tony. So if you have an edge, you want to play your edge. And I'm sorry, that's just life. This is a competition. So, yeah, let's see what happens. But no deal, no further deal is going to be made right now. But don't get me wrong, if this is your first time playing big stakes poker, this is not a comfortable situation, right? His biggest cash, 26,000 or whatever it was you were talking about. He's playing for nearly 10x that.
Mamouni raised this one on the button. Weise came along. Weise check calling $2.5 million here. He did flop the best hand. Now it's 2 pair on the turn for Weise.
Once again, very hard to make a pair heads up. We do see the 8s and kings with a queen kicker going to win this pot unless he gets bluffed here. A flush does arrive on the river. Neither player with a club.
8.
And yeah, you know, we've seen Mamouni get a little demoralized when he was getting short on chips earlier. Let's see how this goes because he's working with only 13 big blinds, but hopefully he can keep his composure and just think about the task at hand.
There is that trophy once again.
Distinguished. So we do see Weise just coming to the pot with a limp, trying to use his positional advantage. It's going to work out swimmingly here.
Oh, crazy. Better with the machine.
Ace Jack of clubs, huge, huge hand here.
All in.
And with 10 bigs, what else can you do? One of the worst hands in poker, 8-3 offsuit.
Can try, but
And an even worse hand, 7-3 offsuit for the opponent. All right, Mohamed, don't get discouraged, my friend. You still got 12 big blinds. You double up. You're right back in it. You're doing great to get this far. Just stay focused, stay steadfast. And 5-6 suited, this could be an all-in contender on the button. Instead, we see a 2.5x raise.
all in.
And the king 10 ships it. So that's a spot I probably would have been running. You know, I go all in, king 10 calls, and
we're off.
And we're off to the races, but that would have been a 35-65 in the favor of Mamouni.
I liked my hand. You got me on that one. I couldn't call, but boy, I wanted to see a flop.
If you want to.
Well done.
You're good.
King 9 offsuit, another contender. Could just be an all-in shove. But we see Tony opt for a different strategy. Mamouni pondering if he wants to see a flop with this hand. So the idea behind just jamming instead of raising is you wouldn't let someone see flops with those kind of hands. AKA realize their equity.
Distribution de merde là.
Ten 9 offsuit could be good enough to just go all in as well.
All in.
Good job here from Mohamed. And Weise
Deuces.
with a pair. Donnie, normally this just goes in.
Deuces.
But maybe he doesn't want to flip. You know, he was a financial advisor. Maybe he doesn't want to take the 50-50 here, knowing he's at best 50-50. But this is that predicament.
11.
I'm going to fold. I'm going to fold.
In the muck go the deuces.
And it's hard to make a pair heads up. That's why you typically would just
So
call
bad,
it
you-
twos.
and then you-
What's that?
You force
You
your
want to
opponent have
gamble with
fold.
your hand?
Yeah, it was close. It was so close. I almost called.
Like if you have threes, then maybe your opponent, if your opponent has ace deuce or king deuce, then you have, you know, they only have one overcard. If you have fours, you would never fold. But deuces is obviously going to be flipping. Now, if you have deuces and your opponent has ace deuce too, then yeah, you're 70%. But
30 or
harder
40?
for someone to have a deuce
Time.
when you have two deuces.
40. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's supposed to be 30. Yeah, you're right.
We play four. No, it's just a question, but he said 30 minutes, but no.
You're right. I'm gonna take 10.
Okay.
Matt, of course, on top of things. And look at this, ace-king offsuit. In the face of a limp.
All in. C'est 30 minutes. «30 minutes». 40.
C'est quant?
30 minutes.
C'est quant?
Je n'ai pas compris. What game? Je ne plie pas.
This is the paint drying aspect of poker, where just lots of raise and take it, fold and stuff. There's not a lot of play anymore since we're dealing with such short stacks.
All in?
There's the jam. And gets it through.
What a find there, Jack 10 offsuit. Not going quietly. One double up here, away for the chip lead.
No, thank you.
Not yet. Not yet. Thank you.
See two suited kings. We're going to see a flop here.
Nine, 7, 5. 2 clubs.
Mamouni with the best hand. This is going to check all the way to the river. 2 straights present. King 3 may be good if your opponent doesn't have a pair. We do see Mamouni going to win this. And he's chipping up just like that. Almost up to 20 bigs. That mic was on.
Oh, well.
I might have hit it.
I'm going to blame you.
Yeah, you should. Again, I don't know how you let me in here.
Well, they let me in here, so it's not doing much better, trust me.
All right, we got 7, 8, 9, 10 going to the flop.
Ace, 7. 7 trips for Mamouni.
And he does slow play it. I love this check by Mamouni. And he's going to let his opponent catch up, which is exactly why you want to check this flop. Perfectly played hand, in my opinion, so far from Mamouni. And you love to get action here. Now your opponent could have a club draw. They could have a straight draw. They could have an ace. Unlikely. And this is a pretty clean run out. You're super happy here with 10-7 suited to keep going for value. And now this is very troublesome if you're Tony Weise. Your opponent could obviously be bluffing, but they could, of course, have it as well. They could have an ace. They could have a 7. So let's see what he does from someone who's been very solid and passive typically as he looks back at his hand and looks stressed. This could be a reverse tell here. He's looking stressed. He's looking at his chips, but we know he's sitting here with trips. And that's a great fold by Tony Weise. That is an unbelievable fold. If your opponent's ever bluffing, you should be calling there. That is a great fold.
Mamouni now up to 22.6 million thanks to hauling in those chips. Weise on 33.3 million. Still the leader, yes, but the gap has narrowed.
Crazy game.
Crazy game. Heads up is crazy.
But it's a lot of money. That's why it's not.
Mohamed's not wrong here. 50K is a lot of money for heads up. But this is why we play. We play for this. for these chances to win a lot of money playing poker.
It's me. I am not Doyle Bronson.
Stacks evening out a little bit. And 2 pair right out the gate for Mamouni and bottom pair for Tony. Mamouni, Tony, Mamouni.
Jack of Diamonds on the turn. They're definitely going to kick us out of here soon.
Mamouni going to bet, and Tony gonna fold. There's only so much you can say when you're sitting in this chair. I mean, you know, shout out to the better commentators than us. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman.
I don't know. Nick usually just wants to kill Ali.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Ali's. Yeah, you're right. I see that.
30 million to 25 million now in favor of Tony Weise still, but once again, narrowing and narrowing.
You haven't wanted to kill me yet, I hope.
Nope, definitely have not wanted to kill.
Okay,
I haven't wanted to kill any of my co-commentators yet.
Okay, well, hopefully I'll stay off that list. So ace-9, pretty formidable holding. King-6, also decent heads up. And we might have our first 3-bet bluff incoming. And this is not the time to do it. Mohamed getting a little excited, looking over to the rail. I think he wants to just, he should recognize ace-9's pretty strong here and ship it. I know it's scary, but I think this is a great spot to move all in, and we've seen Mohamed make these kind of stances.
8.
Ask for a count first. He does still have fold equity. He can move all in for 25. Your opponent doesn't have to call all in. Ace-9, big hand heads up. 25 big blinds.
All in?
And yes, Mohamed, good job, buddy.
25.
This is a great shove here. And Tony Weise has stepped into a little bit with this bluff. Surely he doesn't call this off, Donnie. What are your thoughts?
I think we see a little bit of what we saw earlier. I think he had 8-4 maybe at some point against Utley, and he kind of just, you know, a little bit of saving face there. You don't just want to snap, put your hand in the muck, let your opponent know you were really just screwing around. So.
And now look at this. Blinds go up. Mohamed Mamouni with the chip lead. Let's see if he talks about doing a deal now that he's got the chip lead, or is those thoughts out the window and he sees a 50K in his
Why should bring it up?
Yeah, that would be funny.
So how about that deal?
Yeah, you want to take 20 each now and play for 10? See how he likes it, right? Nah, these guys are too stoic.
1-2.
Tony Weise, not going to let that happen. He's going to keep battling out here. He doesn't want to do a deal. He wants to win it all.
Oh, wait. Okay.
And look, good for these guys, man. It's not easy to get to this point in a tournament, and this is obviously where you play for the most money. So kudos to both these guys for making it this far in battle and giving us a good show heads up here. And what a big flop for Mohamed as he continues to get the best of the deck. And an ace here, and your opponent has less than 20 big blinds, you could just move all in. Seems risky, I know, but an ace heads up is pretty big hand.
Ça revient, ça revient, ça revient.
And Tony Weise maybe digesting some of this info about how his opponent's playing. Wise now in the same boat. Sub 20 bigs with an ace, all in. Usually good thing to do.
Well, he comes with a limp. Mamouni checks his option.
So instead, we get to see a flop and lets his opponent go ahead and flop 2 pair.
Queen Jack 6, top and bottom for Mamouni.
Now if you're Mamouni, ideas of just trapping and calling should be present, but instead he goes for immediate value. Everything going Mamouni's way right now. Businessman from Paris. Biggest tournament score by far. Got his opponents on the ropes now. Only 13 big blinds for Wise. Pair deuces for Wise, a straight draw to the wheel from Mamouni. And not only does he have a straight draw to the wheel, he could also hit a 3 or 4 to improve, which he maybe does not know.
Another 7 on the turn.
Wise with the best hand, pondering. You probably don't think your opponent has an ace here because they checked and let you see the flop. But when they call the flop, they could have 3-4 or 4-5 for the draws. Maybe they could call with king high or queen high. And we see an all-in shove here with the best of it. It's going to take it.
Alex is here next to it. So you got both.
Such a professional ship being ran here. Dealers in and out.
Yeah. Is that right?
All set up with the headset to communicate with the production team.
We got 2 players left here in the $1,600 buy-in seniors event. Mohamed Mamouni, a businessman out of Paris.
Call.
And Tony Wise, a retired financial advisor out of Washington State. Mamouni currently making his career best live tournament score by quite a wide margin. Tony Weise, not yet. He would need to win to get his career best. He had a $206,000 score previously.
The race is getting tighter. Stacks getting closer to one another. Mamouni going to take his first stance.
3 more. 3 more.
With quite a loose holding of 10-6 offsuit.
4.2, yes.
And even though it's a pretty trashy hand, I like this limp by Mamouni. You just get to play in position. Your opponent's going to check likely on the flop. You can just go ahead and bet 1 big blind.
Check.
So this is very sound strategy thus far here from Mohamed, the chip leader. Got any heads-up matches that stand out to you over the years that you saw that were like pretty incredible?
I mean, nothing comes to mind,
Yeah.
really. But you're putting me on the spot, so I mean, obviously there are some.
I am.
Yeah.
I just know you're a wealth of information when it comes to poker, so that's why I like to throw these little questions at you. Okay, Weise here with a ace on the button. Like I said, these just want to go all in, but we don't really see these guys taking that approach. I mean, one that sticks out to me as we see Weise get outflopped again here. The Nick Gellman match against Darren Utley just recently. That seems like it's one for the ages.
Yeah, because it went for 7 or 8 hours or something crazy.
Crazy.
You know, long heads-up matches, and this one is kind of starting to get pretty long relation to where the blinds are. You know, like they're not super deep, but the long heads-up matches can be, you know, both super fun because they're obviously battling for a very long time. They're likely taking it extremely serious. You know, it can also be boring at times, yes, but that's what it's about when you're playing heads-up for all of it.
Yeah, this is your show, right? If you get heads up and you beat 1,393 people to get to the final 2, it's your dance. So yeah, it's boring, or it can be boring for the dealer, for us, for the watchers. I don't mean it's boring. I'm fine. But what I'm saying is, if you're not playing, it's not exciting like you see in other poker matches because you see big hands getting dealt and what have you. And here we got Jack 10 off limp and an all in from Tony. But yeah, there's just a lot of shuffling of the chips, passing back and forth, what, blah, blah, you know, what have you. And we're getting double check here as we make sure this was the right pot. Okay. Weise with the all-in 4-5 offsuit there, really?
You know, sometimes you just got to go for it.
The button should be
On the
moved.
button.
Okay, good. This is the other thing too. One little side note is always make sure you're watching what the dealer's doing, watching what the players at the table are doing, because sure, the dealers run the game, but they're human and they can mess up. So you always want to make sure like you get your bet, you get your pot rewarded to you, the button's in the right spot, the change is correct. Even when I'm not in pots, I try to still watch to make sure that everything's kosher, everything's appropriate. I've seen so many people just check out and then maybe get shorted on a pot or maybe whatever. Get a, was it Men the Master who was shorting people in pots?
There's a lot of
deep
Men
in
the Master
tournaments?
stories.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
All in.
All in.
Jam from Mamouni. Don't think Queen 7 is calling. It is not.
Look, Mamouni's quietly built. Almost a 3-1 advantage. He's got his opponents on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, this feels kind of similar to what we've seen so far. Just extending back to three-handed play where it's looking like it's just going to take two big hands before the money gets in.
Yeah,
you know?
at this point, maybe not even big hand. We've seen...
Well, big for heads up, I mean.
But we've seen Weise kind of pick some speculative holdings to move all in with, like very speculative. So, could he step into it? Or is he going to find something that's worthy? Because we know Mamouni's not really doing that. As we do see him playing a little bit of an adjusted strategy using his chip lead. And Weise
30?
with a big hand. Ace, queen.
3 million?
Yeah, 3
3
million.
million.
And he comes with just a raise to 3 million. I like it. Mamouni already put in 1.2. Would he want to put in 1.8 to continue? With 5 high, he doesn't.
Sorry about that.
I'm thinking of some tales like around the Venetian. If there's any, tales of some really crazy tournaments or whatever. I know a couple years ago when they had the event center running events, there was a $3,500 tournament that was massive. I think I got like 16th place in it or something. And I think it was like, I don't know, 700K to the winner, 800K to the winner.
All in?
All in.
Here we got a king 6 off going. The Venetian poker room has been around a while. I know not this one, not the new one, but I'm just thinking about like, there's got to be some really cool stories about Venetian poker too that maybe are escaping us while we have this downtime kind of.
Yeah, we are upstairs in the Grand Canal Shops area for the new poker room. If you haven't been here, it is absolutely incredible. Park at Palazzo, get into the elevator, you press the button that says poker room. It takes you up to I think it's actually the second floor. Make a couple of turns and you're here. It's very, very simple, very, very player friendly to go from your car to the room.
Why is tapping the table here with king 5? It is the best hand, but this is almost a coin flip. I'm sure if this was like a king 9 or something, maybe he would go, but yeah.
Out of the way, so Mamouni's just leaning on his opponent now.
Three high. Yep, one of those hands that kind of just has to fold. Could also limp the button if you wanted. Well, speaking of Venetian poker stories, I'm sure there's going to be some stories to be had when this 5K, $4 million WPT event takes place in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for that. It's going to be enormous here. Absolutely enormous. That's coming up on July 11th through 17th. Of course, you can tell by the date range there, extended because it's going to have multiple starting flights. Very, very good structure. Sort of a summer saver-ish type of feel to it, you know, given the timing. So I'm sure plenty of people will be here blasting, and of course, it will conclude in this very streaming room on July 17th.
Come on, one time.
You gonna play?
Of course I'm gonna play. I mean, you know, I'll see how my schedule conflicts, but I'll be there, man. I'm gonna be there, of course. I don't think I'm conflicted with anything, right? Well,
I don't think so.
Look,
I mean, you never know if you're stuck in a tournament or something like that.
yeah, if I'm in another tournament, then, you know, that's a good problem to have. But if I'm not, let me look. When does it start again?
The 11th.
The 11th. I'm looking. Oh, okay, I could play to the 13th? Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, we got a pair of fours here for Weise. He's going to take the lead. Love the production. Got the Venetian and the Palazzo right there in the backdrop. The little view of the strip, that's the frontal view of the property there. The trophy, the final two contestants playing for $50,000 right now. Both guaranteed $180,000. We see a raise from Mohamed.
2.8.
On the smaller size here, 2.8. Gonna give good price here for Tony. It's been a while, but we're gonna see a flop. An 8 top pair for Tony Weise. This could be the flop he's looking for, but Mohamed checks it right back. And look at this turn card. Mohamed turns straight draw, flush draw.
All in.
And he's just going to go for it.
Wow.
The 9-8.
And it's called. And look, this is a 65-35 hand right here. Mohamed says, look, I'm going to gamble for it all.
Paire de 8, 8. Joue le roi, les piques, et la quinte par les deux bouts.
And that is French for all the outs he has.
Yes. 16 outs. One card to come if Mamouni does connect with a spade, a king,
Pas compris?
a 9, a 4. Then he's going to be our champion. If not, Weise is going to double up.
Yes!
10
Come on,
of
baby!
spades.
Yes,
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mohamed, the winner right here. He comes back from 3 million three-handed. And look at his excitement.
The comeback is
Yeah,
complete for the French businessman out of Paris, Mohamed Mamouni. A career best live tournament score for him, $230,000. Hold that trophy high, sir.
Right,
You
well,
deserve
you
it.
did it.
Tony Weise, A retired financial advisor is going to find somewhere to stick $180,000. A very, very, very solid performance and a great run by him.
What was the last? I didn't see the last card.
It was a 10 of spades. He had a open ender and a flush draw, and I had top
I don't know,
pair.
it's a bad,
What's that?
bad call or...
Was he ahead of you?
No, I was ahead.
Okay, I was thinking.
Yeah, he
Yes,
needed
I'm-
open
finish
ender
off.
or
Sure,
the flush
Tristan
draw.
said it. Mohamed Mamouni was down to 5 big blinds or so at one point at this final table. It just proves you fight until the very end and you can rise to finish on top. Congratulations to Mohamed Mamouni, winner of the seniors event here at the Deepstack Championship Poker Series. We'll be back tomorrow for more final table action. The Lips Ladies High Roller, 12 p.m. Vegas time, 3 p.m. Pacific. We'll see you guys then.